cake.
Is it your cake or Erica's cake?
My cake.
It's his cake now.
Commander Pend.
I have been known to go by that name, yes.
You have well, you don't have a whole lot of time to work on it, but you are able to on your project. But I can say from the preliminary scan look over of the larger scheme that you have while you're looking on the Peltis, because you probably you were probably about to start working on that again until you got new orders. But in essence, just so I have it here as well, is that ships have the different departments that make up what it can do beyond the systems. Sorry, not departments, the other way around, systems. So you kind of worked on the engines part of the ship that you're building. So there's still the 5 other bits you have to build. And each of those will have different extended tasks down the road. But for now, you have basically one stage of 6 before the thing is worked on. And all of them are going to follow similar tacks to what you did before. That said, though, the cold open is starting the night before Alpha Shift of the next day. So this is just after you guys finally were able to gather up at Deep Space Aracania, and kind of settle in and get ready to turn out for the night. So what would Pend be up to on the Peltist, if anything?
Pend would be trying to open communications with Starbase 27 to contact a certain Lieutenant Wright.
That would be Control Engineering, Diff 1, assisted by your ship's comms plus engineering. Just to establish the connection with a base that far away.
Would you accept Starship focus? But I doubt it.
I'm gonna have to say no.
Yeah, the closest other thing I've got is composure, but again, no.
I look at the controls with a composed face. The controls do not care.
I would like to point my sidearm at it to make it work better. I'll just roll.
This is why we need to give ships sentience, so you can threaten it. That's right. 1 momentum plus the ship. 2 momentum generated. Way too big. In a holographic form, you see one Lieutenant Wright. Cerberus 27, medical here. This is Lieutenant Charlotte Wright. How can I help you?
Lieutenant, I was hoping to get through to you. Are you busy at the moment?
Not currently, no.
I'm contacting you because we have a position open on the new Deep Space Aracania.
Okay. You need a station counselor?
In some respects, that will be part of your duties. I'm more looking for someone to run the station.
Run the station? Commander, are you sure you're choosing the right person? I mean, unless this is a medical facility, I'm not even sure where Aracania is, sir, to be honest with you.
Well, it's currently based in the Shoshku system, but in reality, we have a lot of planets in the area we're going to be working in with a lot of people. The thing I'm worried about is the morale of people, of the ships in the area and the different planet-side communities. Someone with your background who is trained as a counsellor would be a fantastic addition to help lead and take point in this operation.
You're gonna have to give me a presence command roll opposed. She's not terribly enthused about the idea. More that she doesn't think she's qualified. She has, I mean, unit from her files. She has enough command of 2. It's like that's enough to do the job, but she's like, that's not my specialty. I'm not sure where. If you really want me to, I will, but I kind of don't want to.
Okay.
You, yeah, I think your command's good, but you can use your reputation instead of your command because she knows who you are, or the squadron reputation if that's better. Now that I think of it.
No, I'll keep it as it is. Will you allow composure?
What, you don't believe what you're saying?
I don't know. I'm just trying for a focus.
I'll have to say no. If you were trying to BS her into it and trying to pretend nothing's wrong about it, it's like, no, you actually want her to do it. Like, oh.
Alright, fair enough. Take 1 threat.
Sure.
And I'll spend those 2 fancy momentum.
Forbidden.
I'll reroll the 0.
Huh? Absolute whiff. 4 momentum generated.
In truth, one of the reasons why your name stuck out to me is because I've heard of you from your time in the Tereshkova from a Lieutenant Junior Grade Sarah Vogel.
I'll take the job, sir. Although I don't know how I'll be able to. I'll have to push for a promotion, likely if if the whole ship, if that station gets fully fitted. Is this going to be part of your squadron, or is it going to be its own? Is it going to be an independent outpost?
Out of character, did we decide that last week?
You're about to have that meeting tomorrow, actually.
Okay.
That's part of your meeting in the morning.
That's yet to be decided, but that'll be sorted out within the next few days. For now, definitely start packing your bags. I'll put in the paperwork for your promotion to take over the station. Also, I've been reading that you take your activities very seriously, such as your sports and your fitness, correct?
Oh yes, a healthy body, a healthy mind. After all, it's one of the cornerstones of my treatment method.
Then I can certainly see another way you can help the surrounding planets and people in the area. With morale being one of the key issues for our mission area, we could say set up a different sports, different competitions. I think that's something you could fall into your wheelhouse, correct?
Being sports director for several planets. I've never done it before, but then again, I've been effectively a sports director for starships and even Starbase 27. So I can give it a go. That's the most I can say. It's nothing I've ever done on that scale before.
Well, if you don't try, you'll never know. But if it's any closure for you, it's a case of you've been recommended, and from reading your file, I do have the confidence that you can take this post and do what is needed.
All right. I'll catch next ship heading out that way then. Should I report into you, Commander? Or do I have? Is there a liaison I'll be meeting? Oh, I'll probably find it on the way. Never mind.
You will, yes.
I'm familiar with how this works. I just realized.
You can either contact myself or Captain Grennan closer to the time, but I'm looking forward to your arrival, Lieutenant Commander.
I'll wait for the file to be saved at Memory Alpha before I start putting on the next pip, but thank you anyway, Commander. See you soon.
Penned out.
And we cut over to a different part of the squadron. If I can find where I put that room, because that would be helpful. Actually, no. Is this it? This is it. Aboard the plank. Lieutenant Commander Myth.
I believe that commander part's still pending for me as well. But yes.
What are you up
going on
to
here?
at the tail end of your shift with the day waning away? A briefing in the morning.
Right, I don't sleep. Shoot.
Yeah. So what are you doing during the night would be a better way to
Yeah.
put it.
What am I doing during the shift? You know what? Mitt's probably gonna head down to the labs on the plank and get some work in there.
Down in the labs, you say? Oh wait, I have this already. I have that asset set up. Where is it? So many things. Not in this chat. I have in the other one, right? So I can just put it in here. Okay, good. We will say we're using this one today. Whoop. I said whoop. So yeah, anything you put on the docket on your way down? Like anything in particular you want to work on?
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some more tinkering around with the basic AI framework for the holographic security forces that I started working on so long ago.
In ages past,
And ages past.
when the sun had yet to touch the earth. Anyway, that's half of the lab. Where's the other half? I will say that reports from your crew, by the way, at the end of your shift, seems to be they are fairly certain that there is nothing left in the outpost, just some bits of debris and metal. But the torpedo bombardment was rather thorough. So there's not a whole lot. There's stuff there, but if there's any nanites that would have been there, has been basically obliterated.
Mm-hmm. Quantum torpedoes, they're effective.
Are you meaning to be the USS Slavin?
I mean, leave him alone. He's only got Tarsh level intellect.
Check. There we go.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
So Myth, you head through the science labs. I should probably put on the map layer so that doesn't happen again. Tick. Pass through one of the equipment rooms. Stand by.
Yeah, we just got to load the next zone.
Dynamic loading screens, okay? We can do it.
I mean, we can do that, but we still haven't got our facial animations right.
I know. How about we just slap in some like Mass Effect 1 elevators as transitions?
But then we've got to talk to each other.
Oh no.
I mean, oh no.
Heavens forbid.
I mean,
And
talk.
back. And inside you find a crewman working away.
I mean, in Mass Effect 1, there was like only one level between them, but it was terribly long.
Terribly long.
And then there wasn't anybody to talk to. You were just in that elevator by yourself.
Wasn't even an Edie to talk to.
Yeah.
Yes, as you walk into the lab, you see a crewman working away, experimenting with different holographic creatures and other and life forms.
I nod to her.
Oh,
This is crewman.
Lieutenant Commander, how can I help you?
Just here performing some basic research. Nothing to be too concerned about.
Oh, you're booked for right now, aren't you?
In 15 minutes, yes. I
Oh.
thought I'd get some basic coding done. I won't be needing the holographic stand yet.
Oh, okay then. If you need any help, I'll just be over here. Captain. Sorry, I just realized you're captain of the ship. So used to you being up on the bridge of the Kismet.
Indeed, as am I.
She nods and heads back and begins making holographic targs, holographic Komodo dragons, what looks to be a puff of smoke that looks like a dragon. There's a theme here you're getting.
All right. Well, I go over to one of the other consoles and start running some analyses on the AI, because the last time I had worked on this, I had developed like a basic AI, but I want to start improving that.
That will require you to sacrifice something for the blood god. Sorry, wrong game.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's...
What? I was down for that.
I was down for that.
One of my players in my fantasy game took a move that let them do that, essentially.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
How... on a scale of, shall we say, 6 to 12, how reasonable or smart do you want this thing to be?
I'm only looking at like probably an 8.
Okay.
Like 8.
Just a little
9.
smarter than your average person.
Yeah.
Or as smart as your average Vulcan. Put it that way.
Yeah. It's meant to be able to analyze this tactical situation, but...
So it's going to be better at its job than Max on the bridge?
Hey.
Maybe. It's not for this ship, though. This is something I'm doing for the Kismet. Still.
I mean, you could do it for this one eventually.
We'd have to get the full holographic systems, though, for that. Doesn't do much good if the security can only show up in 3 or 4 places on ship. Oh,
Wait.
that was
right?
loud.
No, sorry. It's that, but I'll put that in the Discord chat so I can keep it better.
As Varder sitting on the bridge of the Kismet holographic security suddenly appears, just like, again.
Well, I'm not activating them over there. I've
Press the
transferred the
wrong
research
button.
over here.
This can be reason plus science.
All right.
So you've already got 1.
So I'm like 2 to 52. All right. Buying an extra die. And rolling 3. Oh, I'm assuming my focus in artificial intelligence works here. Yeah.
One would assume.
That's
No, I need replicators and transporters. What?
Damn it. All right, that's 5 successes.
Okay, so you generate for yourself 3 momentum.
Mhm.
You owe me 7 challenge dice.
All right.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
1 for a reroll.
Yeah. 1 for a reroll. Rerolling 4. Damn. Okay.
I think that technically did it.
That
That
did
does-
do it.
Over the course of the night, you're able to assemble a reasonable and rational AI set that can. Because also part of the challenge is making sure it's heuristic on top of everything else.
Mhm.
So you can generate a hologram that has a reason of 8. It has, well, no real other stats at the moment, but it has at least one of the 6 it needs.
Yeah.
Actually, one of like 12, because it also requires disciplines, but one thing at a time. Building AI
It's
is a
progress.
pain.
It's progress. Yeah. Wonderful.
And then we cut to the bridge of the Kismet, as the captain has stepped away, and he's already getting. Has Bonsub at his elbow as he's about to get ready to get into the nitty gritty of making friends with the surrounding area, including planetary
Colonies.
governors, possibly the Klingons, possibly even these new aliens. But for now, you're the one in the chair.
Right. What did we do with the telescopic array or nothing yet? The one that we set the station above.
Sorry, say again.
The telescopic array or the camera array
Oh.
on the planet. Did we do anything with that? Because it didn't blow up and it was still there.
It's still there, yeah.
They cut the feeds to it and everything.
Yeah, they basically just abandoned it.
Yeah, so that sounds like we could repurpose it.
So you're going to direct the Kismet to go salvage?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, having extra eyes in the system never hurt anyone.
Are you going to join the away team yourself to lead the effort, or are you going to direct an away team to go down there and recover it?
It's Varder. He's going to go down. He's a very hands-on person.
Breaking protocol.
Who's holding the ship while you're gone?
Who indeed?
I mean, there's
That's
another lieutenant
more than
commander.
likely. She's on the different ship. It's probably Thralic again. No, she's still a lieutenant junior grade. That's right. But it's Thralic. She's like the choice.
Is she on Kismet?
Yes.
Okay.
You think I'll let you take her anywhere else?
Oh yeah, the Peltas didn't take her. Peltas has Touchbone.
Touchbone.
In reference to June grade, I think you've been talking about how she should be a lieutenant, but we never made it happen.
She was an ensign.
Yeah.
That's why. So she did get promoted. She just hasn't been promoted again.
Yeah.
And given the nature of things, probably, oh, it's a salvage operation. What do we need for that? Engineers and scientists more than anything else.
Now you can spend for just having a detail to help you with your roles, or you can bring a supporting character. It will be an abbreviated away team mission because it's a rather routine salvage job. But
I probably want an engineer supporting character to help me with my engineering too.
who do you call down?
Well, apparently Vesh is on the Peltas, so I have one option, and that's Valishana.
I mean, we're all in the same system. You could get people from other
I
ships.
could ask for the other. I have to ask Pend though.
Or
Or you could pull over
Vasa, yeah.
the Lord Engineer.
Oh yeah, we could call over Vada. Yeah.
You just contact a
That's-
different ship and ask.
Yeah, I'll just Lieutenant Commander Varder to the flank.
Lieutenant Dorja here. How can I help you?
I would like to request Lieutenant Commander Varta's presence for a salvage operation. That observation station on the planet below could be salvaged for our own use.
Stand by. I'm going to clear this by the captain, but she's not too busy. I can't imagine. Do you need any more help than that, or are you good?
We'll be taking a detail from the Kismet.
All right. I'll get back to you in a moment. Stand by, sir. Lieutenant Dorja to the captain.
Myth here.
Lieutenant Commander Varder wants to pull Vada over to a salvage operation on that moon with the cameras. Just seeking permission to send her over.
If she's not busy, then she's free to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And without too much fuss, Lieutenant Commander Vada, wherever there she is, eventually makes her way over.
Good to see you, Lord Engineer.
Good to see you too. It's been a bit since I've been on the Kismet.
Yeah.
So we're salvaging cameras.
Salvaging cameras or going down there and repurposing the entire base, whichever is more effective, really.
Okay. Is it just us, or?
We'll have a detail coming with us, which I'll sort that out now.
You can spend 1 momentum to pull up a engineering team off the Kismet.
Sure, we'll do
So-
that.
So I imagine you don't want to burn one of your. You already chewed through someone's crew support. Now you don't want to chew through the Kismet.
Yeah, that'll shoot through my crew support here. So
Oh well, you've got 3 and like 3 crew.
yeah, I've got 3
anyway.
more. So. Yeah, I've never run out.
Challenge made. Shoo
This is the
fly.
plank on a solo mission.
How to fly even get down here? Shoo. Anyway. So actually, that would lead us to. Actually, so we will have a. You will be beamed down to the site, and if I can get the map, wherever the fudge I stored it away, where'd it go? Oh, right. I named it.
I've already scanned this. There's no life signs. There's actually nothing there.
So Kismet's currently near Aracania, so you're gonna probably order her to go into transporter range, or are you gonna? I assume you're transporting down, not shuttling down.
Yeah, transporter range.
Yeah, because I think it was just below Soshku 3.
We already lost our runabout, so. Which we renamed. Next.
Oh, hey, Lieutenant Commander Wright can come with our new runabout.
Yeah.
That's
Deal
probably
with
what's
Boogaloo.
happening. That's probably what they're doing for
You want to see
Starfleet
what the name
Command.
of the runabout is?
No,
Shh,
no.
it's a secret.
It's
No.
amazing.
So your ship flies over with no trouble. But you do have you and your crew rightfully grab some cold weather gear because it's an ice ball. Think Andoria, so super cold. So as long as your EVA suits are bundled up, you should be okay.
Yep. Pretty it was us like, okay, we're just taking the Andorians. We've got the engineering department down.
I mean, even they bundle up, but not as heavily because they don't need
Yeah.
to. Whereas you and your Lord Engineer are like, nope, we're in parkas, full face masks, everything. It is freezing down there.
The Andorians just like put on a jacket.
Welcome to Canada.
Give me control plus engineering difficulty of. Well, you're not going to a pad. But you are doing. Someone's doing it from the transporter room.
Alright, I actually need to use a Kismet support for an engineer to do that.
Wow.
Aha. Oh well. Valish, please tell me you don't have transporters. Okay, we'll find out what you can do. Who wants to roll Valish? Hey, Efrix.
Sure. Well, Shauna,
Yeah,
you want me rolling?
yeah. We give her anything
where's
last
her
time
stuff?
anyway. We
Where's
didn't give
she
her
at?
anything for the third
There
activation.
she is. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah,
What am I
there's one
rolling?
mark on our sheet. You're transporting people. Control engineering. Plus sensors engineering. Difficulty 2.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
How dare you?
There we go. I don't know why it was on that back page.
I do.
I don't think any of her stuff counts.
She's got engineering though, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's at 15. It should be fine.
Yeah.
You say that now.
As long as we don't get beamed into the planet.
Yeah, pretty much.
I said don't beam us into the planet. Oh, okay. Sensors, engineering. Great.
Does the
Well, you hit
difficulty
it.
go down by one because of sensors?
I think it was already down by 1.
Oh no, you're right. It would bring it down to diff 1.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Never
So you actually generate momentum.
So
but you do have
we'll spend
complications
one.
in there. Okay. How dare you?
I'd rather not have to keep training more crewmen.
That's fair.
This salvage operation. So when you get to the array of cameras, imagine a bunch of an array of these car-sized. Car-sized blocky
I could.
installations. Yes.
Did anything happen with the? Sorry, my dad
No,
decided now was a good
complications,
time to talk to me.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, we got rid
Because I was like, I do have a determination I could spend.
I don't know how elbow grease would fix that.
You
I don't want to know.
You just bonds the transporter. You just hit it with your elbow.
Anyway, yes.
No worries. They got the beam down well enough. Yes. These large car-sized hollow cameras pointed up into the sky. Despite all the blowing wind and the freezing cold, these things are all laid out across a plane. So you look in every direction out to the horizon. There's just countless cameras spaced out a fair amount, but close enough that you could quickly jog to each one. They're not really protected from the elements in any particular way. But somehow they're getting clear imagery from the surrounding space.
Alright, probably best to find whatever was the central control for this place and go from there. Unless you have a better idea, Vata.
If someone wishes to roleplay Vata, feel free.
Ah, yes.
Do you want to do it, Beth? Or Ted?
Sorry, I just stepped away there for a second. What was that?
Do you want to roleplay Vada?
I'm good.
Anyway, I think that's probably the best choice is to just go find a control center. Because they had to be sending the signal from somewhere to send get it sent out to everywhere else. Assumably. Now, who rolls Vata?
That's what we were trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Myth, were you saying you don't want to?
I mean, we could let Tash do it, considering he's just loitering.
I'll do it if no one else wants to. I just wanted to give somebody else a chance.
Just bring the sheet up now.
I mean, I suppose I could.
I think Pet's got it.
She's a good character. We like her.
And it should be diff 1 because you got an engineering team with you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the sheet?
So he may not have access to the sheet.
Would you take communication systems? Yeah,
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah. Looks like I'm just going for the focus. It's a structural integrity, impulse, reactions, warp field dynamics, transporters, communications, and deflectors.
Oops, that's the wrong sheet entirely.
Could we argue structural integrity because we want to get these cameras out intact?
Well, you're trying to find something is the issue. It's
Oh,
more like you're trying to find a thing.
Yeah.
So I don't think any of those apply.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, it's a diff 1, and you've got a good roll. I think Varder can assist because he's got an engineering of 2.
He could assist anyway, honestly.
Yeah,
I'll
it's just looking.
I'll
Mhm.
spend a momentum just in case.
As people take out their tricorders and start scanning the different modules to figure out which one's the control mechanism.
Yeah. Xenotech would be the focus here.
Mm-hmm. Xenotech would perfectly hit this one.
Just sort of say after this roll, I'm going to add cautious engineering, but I'll do the roll first.
I didn't help, but you got the roll by 3. 2, rather. You
So
got 2
so
momentum
two
from that.
momentum.
2 momentum gained. It occur after a bit of scanning, and some time passes to the point that Varder is starting to get sleepy as hours pass, and it's like it occurs to everyone there, to well, Vada at least and her team. It's distributed. There's none of them are the control center. It's a distributed system across all the modules.
Okay. Well, that means there's not anything that's likely to be booby trapped, so...
And I'll pick on you a little bit. Give me fitness, medicine, difficulty 2,
Fitness, medicine, difficulty 2. Sweet.
and Vada as well because she's chilly.
Survival focus.
Sure.
Structural integrity for her own structural integrity.
If she was an android, yes, but unfortunately she's a biologic, so
Oh, that was good. I liked that.
structural bloody integrity.
I mean, she is a structure.
Oh, it's a physical task. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. What's the worst that can happen? I passed. And you didn't get a threat.
Can I
True.
spend her value? I am the Lord Engineer.
Sure.
The cold shall not affect me.
Oof.
So
Well, she made it with
She made it.
complication.
yeah, and I'll just I'll spend one to cancel.
Yeah, so after around a couple hours in, as it goes, it's getting well into gamma shift. Not gamma, beta shift. The weather turns nasty, and to the point that even with your gear, it is piercing cold. But you're out in the open, so the wind's hitting you clean, and that is very uncomfortable. I can tell you. Whoops. Well, I can just yank up my earbuds so I can't hear anybody. Hold on. There we go.
Maybe it could be
Feel
a
that.
case of we try to just hack in and take control of the
Yeah,
physical hardware.
If we can just link this system's connection to the Arcana, it's close enough that it should be hard to disrupt. Or at least difficult to disrupt.
I mean,
And if we can change all of the transmitting frequencies, they might have a harder time getting their cameras back.
well, it's that, and plus if we then have a extra set of sensor equipment such as that, it could increase what we see on the outer edges of the system.
That's basically the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get that sorted, Fada. If we can basically make it so the signal is between the station and this place, and we can lock out the Shoshu. Shoshu?
The Chigoans.
Chigoans. There's a lot of new faces in this area that all have very...
We cut to elsewhere, aboard the... Oh, why am I in here? You don't sleep. You have no reason to be in your quarters other than just giggles, which you might be, but I presume you're in here.
I mean, you can do other things in your quarters aside from just sleeping.
It's true.
Like reading a book or something. I don't know.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to put you back there. I have an idea.
I mean, there are certain extracurricular activities.
You shush. You shush. Doctor, for the love of God, help me. So what would you be doing in your quarters at around, say, beta gamma shift? Nothing really pressing in the med bay at the moment. No one's hurt, surprisingly. Your recent scavengers seem to be okay, and they're on their way to the Aracania to await safe passage elsewhere.
I'm not about to get frostbite.
Is she here?
Uh-oh.
She was.
I don't think she's here.
I don't think she's here. So we'll cut back
Oh,
to
no.
the away team and wrap that up.
Keeps on happening with her too.
So we'll do at least one more roll to see progress of this particular mini mission. You are trying to do what with the systems in the middle of the night?
Basically, lock out the Shigo so they can't use these cameras anymore, and link it to the Arcania so we can use it just as is on the planet. Because I think we're close enough that it should be difficult for anyone to interfere. We were able to interfere with it because it was a long-range broadcast.
Yeah, and we turn it into like a secondary sensor system for us.
Yeah.
Well, we'll call that a daring engineering roll difficulty 3 to mechanically get in there and start and then getting access to one of them so you can access the rest of the network and start messing with it.
Yeah, which would then be a diff 2 because the engineering team. Thank you.
Right.
Could I make a play for control because this is a delicate task in a hostile environment?
You're working with technology you don't actually understand all that well, and you're kind of guessing.
It was worth a go.
Yep, it is.
What do you mean the Lord Engineer does not understand this technology? What heresy is this?
It's like, this is a big camera. How does it work? Not entirely sure yet. I have to open it first.
You point it that way and it records things.
Would you... Looks like I'm going through her focuses. Is there anything you'd accept, like communication systems, deflectors?
I mean-
I don't know. That's the closest thing I can think is communications, because we got to hook up the communications from the camera, from the systems
It
here
is
to the station.
communications in a way.
I would take communications, yeah.
I'm going to spend a momentum.
Please do.
Because now she has cautious engineering.
Wait, I thought she didn't get that until the end of the episode.
Yeah, because usually if that's this episode's activation, it wouldn't happen till the end.
Oh, fair enough.
I thought you were talking about the one that she had sitting in her pocket from last episode.
Did we use
Wait,
her
did we
last
actually do your last episode?
We
Might
didn't.
have.
No, we used Valashana.
Alright.
Well, I've added
Yeah.
it, so
Who
she will
needs-
just use it after next session then.
Yeah.
Next week. Yeah. Alright, let's go.
Well, I'm still
Yeah,
rolling.
Valashana needs one, but
That's still 3 dice out of 15. Hopefully we should hit 2.
I'm helping you with a 12. Because I can just swing a spanner around and help, right? Yeah. It's probably literally just doing muscle work.
Eventually, as you start taking power tools and start unbolting panels away and lifting them in play out of the way and hooking in your tricorder into the various bits and bobs within the system to start to get some control of it. But at this point, you do have enough access to it that you can. The Kismet will be able to talk to the makeshift device you've installed into the device, and she can actually start putting it all back together to seal it up so it doesn't get destroyed by the elements.
And then we can remotely do what we're talking about from the Kismet.
Yeah. So that
Sounds
was the
like a
problem.
plan.
Yeah.
It's fucking cold. The Andorian's just standing there like, no, it's not. This is summer weather.
And they say Bajorans are tough.
don't like the heat either.
What do you like?
A good temperature.
Now you're just being picky.
So, where is?
I believe Beijo is classified as an Eden world.
Mm,
I bet you
They
don't
don't
even
like
like it if it rains too much, do you?
No, I
it
like
doesn't
the rain
range much
actually.
on.
They're hardy of spirit, not of constitution.
I'm hardy of forehead sometimes as well.
I mean, that explains why the Cardassians put so many down.
Woof.
Ooh.
Alright, who am I about to punch for that comment?
Wow.
Is that
Just
for the
that happened.
Kismet? Oh, okay.
To beam out. Yeah, oh, say Valashana again. Hey, Afrix.
Yeah.
As
It's
the
a
team.
Well-
actually.
Yep.
Am I beaming? Maybe
Yeah.
we should give her
Transporters focus?
transporters focus
Yeah, let's do
or
it.
cautious engineering.
Either or, which do you prefer right now?
Probably transporters from last time. Yeah.
Let's actually make this her actual token, so I
Yeah,
don't have to
and I
keep doing
think
that.
from this time, we obviously ended the session, we just give it cautious.
Yeah.
There we go. I just put transporters on her
All
focus
right,
list.
that makes it better. So now I have a focus. Well,
Don't strand
Oh,
us down
boy.
here, damn it.
apparently I'm really bad at my job.
Well, now we get to go see what the doctor's doing.
Those were 218s.
Uh-huh.
Interference.
The snow in front of us get
Can
beamed out.
I activate determination for her?
Nothing a little elbow grease won't fix.
Yeah.
They're
I
stuck
will,
in the pattern buffer. You have to get them out.
I will take it at complication.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Someone's
I
losing
don't
a
know.
limb.
Woohoo!
Mission...
I will say that she will force the issue and force the beam and then get it into the buffer, but not reintegrate, and then she'll just manually get at the buffer and do it the hard and very, very slow
Oh
way.
my god.
What's the mission
There's no mission directive currently.
directive?
There isn't one.
Stand by for further orders.
Unless
Isn't
the-
her mission directive to man the freaking
I don't think
transporter and do her job?
Unfortunately, no. This is beta shift. She's supposed to be off shift. The commander pulled her up because he needed someone to beam him out. He's not even supposed to be on duty right now. He's just doing this for
extracurricular
giggles.
activity. Yeah.
Belchad's like, well, sure, I'll give it a hand. Why not? Oh, God. The weather got worse, and now they're stuck down there.
Does Valashana even need to sleep? She's a Grazerite,
No.
maybe. I don't know what they
Yeah,
are.
I think Grazerites need to sleep. They might even need to sleep more.
Don't you
presumably
dare
some
say
people do.
that.
Yeah, actually, she didn't even roll. She's asleep at the panel.
Well, with
That's
that roll, as Varder and company and the away team start beaming in, and then they beam back, and you're still there, and it's even colder now.
This is where we huddle together, right?
Don't get any funny ideas.
Oh.
Dr. Efrix,
Mm-hmm.
attempt number 5. No, I'm just kidding. What would your character be up to in her quarters if she had nothing in particular to do in the med bay, but she was effectively off duty? There's nothing she really needs. It's like beta
Yeah.
gamma shift by this point.
Well, she doesn't sleep, so. Question.
What does she do in her off time? To put it that way.
Usually she reads up on medical journals. Maybe she's. I mean, depending on what time it is back on Beta Z, maybe she's talking to her kids, actually.
Oh. So you're having a nice, happy conversation with your kids, and they're telling you all about the latest things they're up to, and this
Mhm.
new person whose hair just looks absolutely awful. And the other one says that there's this new hollow thing, and just one story after another. Which, hey, it's
Yep.
not people being shot at or anyone having frostbite stranded on a planet. Normal stuff.
Yeah.
This is what people in the Federation do.
Hey,
normally.
listen. He didn't tell me he was going down to the planet.
No, we did not.
He's not currently my responsibility. I'm off duty.
As you're talking to them, the subspace communication just cuts, and you're dumped into the regular LCAR screen. It shows transmission terminated underneath the Federation logo.
I don't even know. Probably just would call into engineering about that. Efforts to engineering?
Engineering here, go ahead.
Or communications down?
Stand by. I don't believe so. I mean, you're talking to me now. Sorry, it's engineering humor.
External, yeah.
Yeah. No, no damage to communication systems, and we're not short any personnel in the engineering department.
I just lost a transmission. Maybe it's something on their end. Weird. Thanks. That's all.
Oh, of course, Lieutenant Commander. Have a nice night.
You as well. She's gonna go. Well, I guess she doesn't have to go anywhere. Computers everywhere. That's the way Star Trek works. Huh.
Yep.
Computer, is there? Pull up news outlet from Denobula.
Program open, channel open. You see the Denobulan logo. You see a bunch of images appear of various news reports about various things on Denobula, the latest sports, the latest academic functions, politics, and there's a big chunk, almost a quarter of the screen is dedicated to war with Tholia.
We've been briefed on that, right? Or is that something news to us?
That's the first you've looked into it, really. You've heard that there was tensions with Tholia. You didn't hear there was a declared war yet.
War, yeah.
Nothing in the fleet reports currently. It's always a 24 news cycle.
Yeah.
Checking the logs. What would they have reported, if anything? There's rumors that there's diplomatic. The last you heard officially was that there was some diplomatic reach out to the Tholians, and a few tent ships were hovering around out there. Supposedly, there might be some tactical ship peering around, but
might be something. Might just be like fear mongering, the way 24-hour news cycles do. Like there's some truth to it, but it may not be 100% true. I could just try calling back, I guess. Maybe it just dropped.
And the difficulty to reestablish communication is Control Engineering Difficulty 3, assisted by the ship's communications engineering.
Boy.
It's as if there's interference on their end.
Oh boy. We all know how good at engineering I am.
But you're a doctor, not a telecoms engineer.
Yeah, but my engineering is good enough that I don't want to spend that on that particularly. Yeah, interference on their end. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay.
Oh no.
Well, that's par for my rolling today. I was like, this is gonna be. I'm gonna be real mad if I roll well on Efric's doing engineering checks. Well, do I fry my panel?
The ship might help. It could critically hit.
Oh, right, the Kismet, right. Yes,
Yeah.
that's me.
Yeah.
Would it be a sensors roll?
It's communications.
Worth a go.
Communications con?
Engineering.
Engineering. Same score either way, but hey.
Wow.
Hey!
Hey!
Then we'll squash.
Yeah. Eventually, after it takes a bit of finagling and scanning across the various subspace channels until eventually, you come in contact not with your children, but with the building's the residential district's administrator,
Mm-hmm.
who you're able to, because you know what their subspace frequency is locally, so you just kind of tune into that
Yeah.
because they have a better signal and you get them. Hello. This is administration block 225. How can I help you?
Hi. I'm Dr. Efrix. My family lives in a few apartments in the building. I'm trying to get reestablished contact with them. I lost transmission.
Oh, yeah. There's a currently increased security footing here on the planet. A lot of ships came up in orbit recently, so we're kind of limited in channels at the moment since Starfleet's using most of them.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, they just kind of showed up and started demanding use of the channels, so it happens. It hasn't happened for a long time, but when it does mess things up. Sorry about that. I can channel them through here if you want, because this channel's open and I'm not on the docket for anyone at the moment, and if anyone needs to talk to me, frankly, they could just come down the hall. Like, I'm not that far away.
Yeah, I want to make sure that they know I'm okay.
Sure.
I was talking to my children.
I'll patch you through. 1 second, please. And as he changes you over, there's that little niggling feeling in the back of your mind that you don't remember hearing about any movement heading to Beta Z.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking into that in a second.
But first, the squadron commander's log, please.
Oh no.
That's not a good sign.
Commander's log, stardate 55145.2. The Tiger Squadron has received orders from Starfleet Command for our current situation, such as deciding the function of the Ericania and its placement, our next moves with the Quakeway and the Chigoans and their intentions, and finally making sure our supply ships make it in one piece to our sector to see that interested parties from the surrounding sectors are safe to travel to and from the station as they have shown interest. This would be an easier task, but the Captain and Mr. Bonsap are currently engaged in setting up diplomatic discussions with possible allies in the area, which means all the fun tasks come to rest on my shoulders. End log.
The brand new Alpha Shift, and you have just gotten the word from your crew that the Peltis repairs are basically done finally. they're able to do them overnight with the base, with even skeleton crew. It was with one breach wasn't too bad. And current position of the Kismet has them in orbit of one of the planets. Apparently, they're having transporter issues.
Lieutenant Vox, can you move us to within distance of the Kismet, and can we open communications with the Plank to meet us en route?
Peltus to USS Plank.
This is Maxwell Plank here.
Just patching you through with the squad commander. We're moving to Strosku 3. Could use your help.
Very well. I'll be at the bridge shortly.
Just standard orbit there, sir.
Please.
Just enter standard orbit.
Can you open comms with the Kismet?
Peltus the Kismet.
Who's on the bridge? Thralic?
I think it's Thralic, yeah.
You want to play Thralic, Barter?
Sure. Thralic here.
We're going to be having a senior staff meeting. Can you inform the members aboard the Kismet to be ready in their ready room? I'll be transporting across soon.
Yes, Commander. Once we get the Lieutenant Commander off the planet.
Come
I
again?
assume he's still on the planet, right?
Yep. They've been
Yeah.
working at this for hours.
Could you repeat last, please?
Sorry, I'm losing my shit. Once we get the Lieutenant Commander off the planet.
Why is your commanding officer on the planet?
He was leading a salvage operation, sir.
I'll repeat the question. Why is your commanding officer on the planet? He's not an engineer.
He was supervising the mission?
And is his task successful?
I don't know.
The Kismet does have access to the cameras now.
We do have access to the cameras on the planet below. So as far as I'm aware, we are successful so far, sir.
And how long ago was this successful?
Good question.
About 6 hours.
About 6 hours ago, sir.
So why is your commanding officer still on the ground?
We are having transporter issues.
And you didn't think to reach out to the other ships in the group?
You weren't given a chance.
No, sir.
Okay. Informed Dr. Efrix that I'll be coming across shortly to have a senior staff meeting. I will ask the Maxwell Plank to retrieve your senior staff. Is there anything else you need from Peltus or the Plank before I cut off communications?
That will be good, sir.
Are you sure? We can help with anything you need. That's what we're here for. Now, I know it seems you've got transporter issues. Just make sure you haven't got comms issues when you try and contact the doctor. Penned out.
Fucking woof.
Yeah.
So Myth steps onto the bridge of the plank.
Thralek's probably contacting Efrix.
Let her know about the meeting.
The commander kept being mean.
It's like, so here's this meeting, and Varder's been on the planet below for 6 hours.
What? Why is he on the planet?
It's the general question.
Leading a salvage operation.
Of course he was. Why wasn't I called to the bridge? Never mind. That's not your fault.
Kind of is.
Efrix was off duty.
It's true.
Yeah, but
In fact, the shift
yeah,
wasn't even
that's why
on.
that's what I'm saying. It,
It was
wasn't Thralek's fault.
Thralek
Yeah.
was also
It was
only on
Varder.
shift for like 5 minutes before it went to beta shift, and then she was gone. It was beta shift.
Yeah.
And it went around through someone else's shift, then back to her just now, and she's like, I just found out about this, actually.
Hey, don't put this on Hrusar.
I also feel like Thralek's not the kind of person to just be like, it's the other shift's fault. She's just gonna sit there and be like, fuck. Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
seems about right.
No. I'm not blaming any of the lower staff. I'm blaming Varder.
Oh, yeah, I
this
know.
is kind of Varder's fault.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
everyone's blaming Varder.
100%.
She's like, no, it's not your fault. Okay, I will be up there in a second.
Like, on the bright side, I've had survival training. I'm just gonna bury myself in the snow to keep warm.
Cuddle with Vada.
Here, we'll just make this engineering cuddle puddle.
Engineer pile. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
so
like put your plasma torch on
Is the
constant,
difficulty brought
surround
down
it.
by 1 because of the engineering team?
she's not
It
going
was
to
worth
do
a
well on
shot.
this.
I don't. What is Vada's
It's a 9.
medicine?
Yeah, mine's a 12. Survival again.
Mhm.
Physical task, 3 dice. I could
Careless
make this a
whisper.
comp 3 for myself and give you only 1 threat. Yeah, sure, why not? What's the worst that can happen?
Oh, don't say that. That
That's
That
why
is
you
the
don't
worst thing.
say that, Varder.
They weren't
Varder!
comp 3s though, they were comp 1 and 2. I do have a determination.
You're about to. I'll
Can
warn you. If you
Vada-
don't reroll this, you're looking at lethal freezing damage.
I'm fine.
so-
can Vada assist?
No, I'm fine. I've got the odds will not beat me. Or I feel it in my bones because I feel like that's what's happening.
You feel
Wow.
something in your bones right now.
It's the cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take the first one actually, because the problem is as much as your survival instinct is trying to like nestle in next to the like take cover next to one of the modules. The problem is the modules are drawing heat.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I said burying in the snow, because that's actually a thing. Just cover
Yeah.
yourself and make a little. Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
Look, we've even got momentum for Vada.
There you go.
That's what I was trying to do.
It takes a couple of attempts, but eventually he gets stubborn enough to start like digging and phasing if he needs to get cover.
Sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, that's right. I could have just.
Somebody rang the doorbell.
I could just rig the phaser to give off enough heat, but not blow up.
She's
Vada owes me a roll, unfortunately.
yeah, she spent 1, but she doesn't have a focus for
I
this.
was thinking, can I make that an advantage to help Vada?
Reduce the difficulty by 1. Yeah, you make a big enough shelter that it could there's
Oh.
enough room for someone else.
Yeah, sure. I was going to say that, or rig the phaser to give off warmth.
Yeah, she's still rolling a 9 on a difficulty. Yeah.
Difficulty
Go.
2 task.
Difficulty 2.
So I spent a momentum for a 3rd dark, but I've got no confidence.
Uh-oh.
She doesn't have any determination to spend.
Whose fault is that?
I can't spend my determination on her, I don't think.
No. 2 stress.
Fair enough.
Varder, you to create your overheating your mobile heat lamp, as it were.
Yep.
Give me a daring security difficulty of 2.
Difficulty 2. Small arms focus. Survival focused.
Either actually.
Yeah. Threat, no threat. Good thing it's the security roll and it's daring, and I get bold. Wow. My God. Okay.
What are our rules today, you guys?
I know. I still have my determination. More can always be learned. I read about this in a manual. Doing it yourself is different. I'm learning how to do it.
Sure.
It makes sense to me. That's enough,
Oh.
right? It was a diff 2, I think.
Yep.
Hey. The train.
You're able to buy yourselves extra time, so there's at least one more. The next roll I'm going to forego because you have the heat will be enough to keep you for now. But the longer you're here, you get the feeling it gets cold. This is not the coldest it gets. It just gets colder from here.
Yeah, I think there was a message on the plank that the Kismet the Peltus wishes to talk to them.
Yep. As soon as Myth gets to the bridge, which has happened by now.
Yep.
Get patched through. Maxwell Plank here.
Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Yes, we seem to have an issue with the Kismet's transporters. We have an away team stuck on a frozen planet for the last 6 hours. Could you render assistance?
Certainly.
Then could you beam them to the Kismet so we can have our meeting?
I will do my best.
Thank you. Bend out. Then Pend will walk to his own transporter pad so he can go to his meeting.
And instead gets beamed down to the planet.
Yeah, exactly.
The meeting's down here now.
I even made tables.
We couldn't
in
get
this-
them up, so
I
we
even
brought
made a
everybody
t-
else down.
I even made a table and chairs out of snow, guys.
It's kind of cool down here. I like the aesthetic.
Your orders, Myth.
I think after the comm line cuts, Myth kind of just looks over to Lieutenant Dorsha and says, "That seems intensely irregular."
Intensely irregular.
Kismet having transport difficulties and not asking for any assistance.
If I were to hazard a guess, I'd assume we have been rotating our crews around. There may be people not as experienced with the systems on the Kismet as they are with the Plank or the Peltist.
Perhaps, yes. Regardless, I believe our transporter system should be up to the task.
I certainly hope so.
Calms down to the transporter room. Chief, if you can attempt to recover the Kismet crew members currently on, what is it, Shosku 3? Shosku 2?
Shosku 3.
Yeah, Shosku 3.
Certainly can, Captain, but they're currently out of range of our transporters.
Of course.
I'm very good at my
brings
job.
in.
I'm not that good. Go ahead.
Suddenly there. It's like we have really fast engines or something.
Yeah. So you enter high orbit.
Yeah.
So you're going to try to beam them up, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Can't you just leave them there? Easiest character death ever. They just freeze.
I mean, if Varda was in charge, I doubt he would, wouldn't he?
I can't type. Control engineering difficulty 3, assisted by ship's sensors engineering.
All right. So difficulty 2.
That's true. Yep.
Yeah. Buy an extra die for the ship. Crew, rather. Not the ship. The ship doesn't roll extra dice.
Not with that attitude. No.
I mean, maybe I could make a talent for that.
The
Alright.
ship is a character.
Rolling 3. And Starship Assist.
There you go.
Yeah. That's 2 momentum gain.
And Varder's away team is beamed up to the plank.
And then there's simple task of just a transporter to transporter beam to get them to Kismet.
Yeah. Eventually, certain people aren't here. He's not here either. Eventually, all of you are able to gather after a bit of someone having to clean up and warm up for a bit, and everyone getting gathered up in the briefing room aboard the Kismet.
Did you not try your comms badge to contact the ship?
Efrix is giving you the mom look.
Who, me or Varda?
Varder.
Right, well, we've got a meeting.
Wow.
I mean, I'm getting really tempted of putting the Kismet under Efrix's leadership.
You know, I think Starfleet Command would have something to say about that.
They're not
Then again,
here.
they'd also have something to say about this. Yeah.
Not to completely change the topic, but speaking of Starfleet Command, has anybody heard about Starfleet taking up residence in the Denobulan sector?
1 second. I shall find out. Maybe. They might have decided it's not pertinent for me to know at all, but we'll take a look.
Will be this hard? Actually, you know what this is?
Did we gain any momentum?
From the last roll? 1 momentum. Sorry, two. And you would have burned 1 because we're changing scenes from rescuing Varder from his own away mission.
Brilliance.
Let's just leave that out. Yeah.
Maybe we'll call it that.
But hey, on the bright side, if we got that link to the Kismet, it's also conveniently linked to the Plank and Pelvis.
Oh, sorry, not reason. Sorry, reason or presence, because you could look it up or just ask. Plus command, difficulty 3, assisted by your squadron's influence.
Okay, that means
you're trying. So in the
7.
Was it 7 right now?
Yeah, it's influence 7.
So I just roll against a 7 for the squadron influence.
You basically roll a d20, and that's the target number 7. It's that it's your influence assisting you.
Okay. Reason command is a 14, not terrible.
There we go.
Chain of command.
Yep.
Look at that. I'm slowly getting appropriate focuses for this sort of thing. What are you at? You're only at 5 threat? Okay. Let me do that with that medal. Why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Rolling 6.
Oh,
You get
Conspicuous
4.
gallantry.
Yep. You get 4. Congratulations.
Hooray. I'm almost there
Nice.
for a tactical cube.
You can just spend
which-
that to cancel.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, on your D20.
Right. Oh, yes, the D20. 20. Nope.
So your squadron's influence in Starfleet is not felt, but you are able to reason out and read between the lines of various fleet because you're reading a ton of fleet reports that aren't part of the 10th, and that's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of reading, and a lot of it is minutia that you don't care about. It's like, that's nice to know, but that doesn't help me.
Important talent to learn as an intelligence officer is how to skim.
So these don't need to be here. Why are they there? Shoo.
Isn't that right, Pend?
Skim is all you need.
So
I mean, I disagree. I think you just read all the reports in their entirety.
There's, you can download them and read them instantaneously.
No, I still have to read them.
Oh, there it is. There's
At
Beta
what
Z.
speed?
Fast.
Beta Z is right there. Wow. Okay. That's for the
So-
Cardassians, though.
Now the central point for the 10th and your sister fleet, I think it's the 7th. I think is the other one who's on this
Yeah.
on this front. So Starbase 21's there. So a lot of the effort is put from Andon's Landing and Starbase 200 to kind of create this sort of front that way, plus the small outposts along this area.
Yeah.
As a sort of backup or support line, Starbase 11 and Starbase 2 or 12, can't quite see the number there.
2.
But these ones here are a back line to support Starbase 21. So same with 27 to 200. So
That
Beta Z
counts
could
6-6?
Hmm?
Would that count 6-6?
G6.
G6.
G6 would be a part of the. Yeah, since they're so close, they're probably these three are probably all collaborating with each other to kind of shoot at 27, and that's probably so. That's why it's kind of weird that Beta is used as a base of operations, because that made sense during the Dominion War because you were worried about the Cardassian front.
Beta Z was occupied during the Dominion War.
Well, like before they were occupied, there
No.
was some forces at Starbase 211, and it's like, well, you didn't really base them at Beta Z. You didn't really need to because Starbase 211 was there, G6 was there, and the nearest front is all the way over this way. They are
Yeah.
nowhere near the front lines right now.
Oh, I mean,
So if they're so reading between the lines, there's no real reason for a fleet to be based there right now, as far as you can tell. There's no reason to use that as a base, even as a support base, because there's star bases. Star bases have way better. I mean, there's Beta Z Space Dock,
Mhm.
but it's
Which
Well,
fleets are it?
not
Oh, there.
not Beta Z, Denobula.
No.
oh, Denobula even.
Yeah.
And Denobula's even further off the line. Sorry, I got the wrong
Yeah.
planet. Where the heck's Denobula? Makes even less sense now.
Denobula is somewhere.
It's near
Yeah.
Sol because they were on the newer species. They were on the first
Yeah.
species.
Yeah, that would help if I could find Sol, but apparently I can't.
There's Sol.
Why would any of us want to
All
find
the way
Soul?
up there. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, Denobula's
It's so-
somewhere.
Yeah. Oh God.
Benzar.
I think so
everyone thought
tiny.
Andoria.
There's
Open.
Terra Nova.
Andoria.
That was a decent TV series.
Trillius. Pollux. There's Starbase 12. Oh, no.
Benzar, nope.
Asuka.
are we all blind?
What
I don't
else is
know.
there?
My question is the planet Denobula in the Denobula system, or is it a different named
The
system?
Denobula Trixia.
Trixia.
Triaxa?
Triaxis
Denobula
system.
Triaxa system.
Oh, there it is right there.
There?
There we
Oh,
go.
there you
Yeah.
go. Denobula Triaxa. That's why it was so much
Yeah.
longer.
Than we were expecting it to be.
Found it.
That is
So-
so far out of line.
Like, this is a
Yeah.
weird place. I mean, this is something you'd worry about if you were about the Ferengi or the Zenkethi or something. And there was almost a thing with Zenkethi. It kind of flared up and then was immediately tamped down by the expedition.
Unless it's just people moving through and they just stopped there. But that doesn't make a lot of sense either.
If they stopped there, they wouldn't demand the channels.
Yeah, so reading
check
between the
Yeah.
lines, this does not line up with the Folian war effort. Tactically speaking, Tsenkethi aren't a threat. The Ferengi are somewhat in a civil social disorder because of the new way and the old way, but nothing where anyone's shooting at each other. Well, not enough that Starfleet cares.
People are shooting at each other. It's just small scale.
Yeah, small scale battling. Possible Breen threat. That may be why they're gearing up there. Because along these borders, like every one of these borders, it's not marked on any of these maps, but there's always a ton of tiny little outposts. Not big star bases, but like tiny, like the Arcania. It's a tiny little thing that's like, well, we're here, we have sensors, and if someone needs help, they can stop by here, fuel up, get some repairs, be on their way. Oh wait, you're a big like cruiser? No, you need to go to a star base. We're way too small to help you. So yeah, no, this looks suspicious, very sus, and there's no standing order within the 10th or in Starfleet regarding a war with the Breen or the Romulans or the Ferengi. First Federation hasn't been an issue for centuries. For over a century, I should say. Yeah. So why are they there? You can't think of a good reason for them to be there in that number.
Yeah.
Without straight up asking their admiralty of whoever's leading that fleet, which you can't figure out who that is.
Yeah, that's not technically my job anyway. Like, if
Yeah,
I was asking, I'd
That's
be like,
over
why are
your
you?
pay grade.
It's like,
Yeah.
why is Lieutenant Commander in the middle of buttfuck nowhere on the other side of the Federation asking?
This feels like it could be Tripolity stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if I can figure out a fleet number or designation or anything like that.
For momentum, I'll answer them.
Sure. Because that at least tells us who should be in command of it, or potentially.
Or actually ships there.
Mm.
I was thinking it was bullshit to limit Efforts' contact because reasons.
It still could be.
The 39th. Not even a full fleet. It's a flotilla. Slightly bigger than you are. Like, to give you a sense of scale, the 10th expeditionary is a proper fleet. And all the ships that we see on the episodes are not the entirety of the fleet. There's like a whole small slew of like transports, and technically you guys have connection with like 3 different star bases plus an outpost now through Tiger Squadron. Whereas you're a squadron, you're your size. Flotilla is that in between before they get all the way to a big proper fleet, and then there's a flotilla.
How is a flotilla taking up a large number of comms channel over Nobula? They should have their own. Like, they don't need a huge amount of extra. Like, we didn't take over everyone's comms channels when we went over planets.
Insight security difficulty too, to figure out why you would do that. If you were to do it, why would you do it?
To prevent communications on the planet. Guerrilla warfare?
Sure.
Mark? I love and hate that I can use that here.
Yeah.
Old security. Sure, why not? That was without you getting a threat, by the way, because you do get a threat because it's the complication thing. Derp to derp, which means that it didn't complicate, but I still get a reroll. I was just like, this is a physical class, and I was like, wait, no, it's not. I'm thinking about this one. I'm getting my head on
I'm
the
thinking with my muscles.
Let me flex on this problem.
The little hamster in your brain is working really hard.
Yeah, you see that twitching nerve in the head? No, that's exactly what I was thinking. Right. So it is not a fleet or a particularly large number of vessels. It's the 39th Flotilla. Don't know which admiralty they report to. Can't find that out. But they don't. They have about the same strength we do. So by themselves, they have no particular reason to essentially cause a blackout. Tactically, that's exactly how you'd create a blackout. That's for the exact purpose of for either security reasons or anything along that vein. There's something going on in the nebula.
Yeah. Normally, I would say, well, I'll just. My husband's about it, but if they're blocking out options that may not be viable.
I can keep an eye on it or see what I can find out, but we're across the Federation. They're not exactly going to be
Yes,
forthcoming.
it's not our prerogative. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the meeting. Sorry, Commander.
It's fine. There's no
Joseph,
harm in asking.
Bend.
Yeah, I can do more digging on the 39th Flotilla after the meeting. On my own time, of course, Commander.
Of course, because
Not on a planet without telling anybody.
I told the
By the way, you're still in trouble for that.
Yeah.
As your CMO, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Because I can say that.
How many checkups I'm going to have to go through?
Haven't decided.
And at least I had the forethought to make sure it was Andorians we brought down with us.
Anyway, shall we get started on the meeting?
Yes, Commander.
Certainly.
So we have a few things we need to discuss and sort out before everything's in place. So we need to decide what the Ericania's primary mission is going to be. Does anyone have any suggestions what they would like to going forward?
I suppose that depends on what Starfleet and the Federation have in mind for the development of the Shosku system and the region. If more colonization is planned in this area, then establishing the Aricania as a base that could be expanded to take on more of a starbase role would be most beneficial. However, if we are only in this area temporarily, then establishing it as a forward operating base and leaving it at that would be more effective.
Well, primarily we are here for diplomatic relations with the Chigoans and the rest of them in that sector, and to support our current operating area, so all the different planets within. So we could choose them, or we could choose a more broad mission statement where they can do everything but still focus upon those two.
Quick out of character question: what's the mechanical significance of this?
You'll have to guess. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
So, so this question is more. It's going to affect. Well, actually, there's another stage as well, but it affects what talents the base will have from here on out, what it'll be configured to. Because space stations can have special talents for themselves, and if they're told, if you guys commandeer them as part of Tiger Squadron, then you pick them all anyway, and that kind of solves itself. But if they are a allied base, either rapidly or slowly, then that's more of a hint to me as the GM. Like this is what Tiger Squadron needs you for, and they're like, oh, okay, well we'll pick what we think makes sense for that
All
mission
right.
profile.
Then yeah, I think that
But if you have direct control, you're dictating because they're under your command.
then yeah, probably should have started with that one first. Do we wish to actually take command and add it to our little squadron, or just suggest what we need?
Well, that was the thought, right? Because it'll take it longer to get it up and running if we have to wait.
Depending. But I think having it directly in our command structure for our operations in this region would be useful.
I would agree, and potentially as our mission evolves, the station could be upgraded to serve multiple roles.
Very well.
But at the current juncture, it seems that operating within our command structure would be most beneficial to all parties.
Then I will put that as our recommendation towards the captain, and he can submit it to the Admiralty.
It cuts out a lot of back-channel politics.
So, for your benefit, there, Commander, 1A and B, 1B is basically canceled by 1A's decision
yeah.
because that needs to be determined. But that's fine. You still have the last bit there.
Like I said, legitimately, I have a list of things here for the meeting.
Nice.
So, So, the next order of business is, where are we placing the Arcania? Around any of the planets, or do we wish to place it on the outer rim of the system?
I think, given the sensor or the camera systems on Soshu 3 that they're on, correct?
Correct. So you wish to place the Arcania in orbit of Soshu 3.
It would allow the Arcania to better take advantage of those cameras. The away mission that I led did manage to establish a remote connection between the cameras and the squadron. Oh, the Kismet mainly, but due to our shared links, we can access that within the squadron. And if we can block out I believe if we can block out the Choshu and more or less turn this fully to our advantage, it's an extra set of eyes. And a fairly advanced set of eyes at that we don't need to spend resources on or pay for in any way.
Anyone else have any suggestions?
It's an insight science. I don't think you want Varder doing that.
Yeah, I'll buy a die for that.
That would be a flat 10 for Varder.
It's a 15 for me, so I think I'm good to roll that one.
This is the bio GM suggestion. I'm like, I try not to give stuff away for free.
Rerolling that
It isn't
complication.
Unless it's
Well,
like plain
okay,
and
it's
obvious.
not actually a complication because I had my comp range ticked up, but
You're fishing.
rerolling that 0.
That looks like a complication to me. Everyone else, anyone disagree with me? I dare you. No, I'm kidding.
I'll disagree.
I'll take that there. Let's go.
All right, let me get to Borg Sphere out. Hold on. Actually, it would lose against 3 ships. Never
I'm the
mind.
closest one to Canada here.
I do not believe that proximity to Shosku 3 would be required for the station to benefit from the hollow imaging arrays located on the surface. With the connection established, it should be accessible from anywhere within the system.
That's good to know. But
My thought was proximity to make it stronger, but if that's not a worry, then
I mean, I can understand the idea of placing it in the center of the system, which again would be around Soshu 3, but we've got multiple planets and around the outer edges of the system. So it's again, does anyone have any preferences on final deployment.
Let's look at their map for that, actually.
So you pull it up on your map. Whoop. And that
That could be
doesn't
useful.
there anymore.
Because, yeah, Soshu 4 is kind of out of the question.
I mean, it would offer it a lot of protection, but it's also a pain in the ass to get there.
It would also potentially be horrible if one of the moons hits it. We'd have to spend a lot of... assuming that we don't have the moon's trajectories, orbits recorded, we need to figure out where we can put the station where it won't get slammed by a moon. And that sounds like a lot of extra work, especially getting it in there.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it being in orbit around 3.
There's also the possibility of setting up the station in a solar orbit.
Around the sun?
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's an interesting suggestion. Doctor, any suggestions?
Where is the
That
sun?
location?
Yes, for final deployment of the Arcania.
Honestly, tactics is not my strong point.
Well, it's not like tactical, it's more of a preference. We can place it around the planets, the sun, the outer system. It's Do you have any ideas of where you believe it should be placed?
Shoshu 1 wasn't habitable, was it?
It is with appropriate.
Right.
You'd have to build a dome, but you could build a dome
Which
there and reasonably get
was-
people up and down.
That was already the case, wasn't it?
It got worse because of the antimatter
It
explosions.
got worse, but it was already more or less that.
One could say that, yes.
More or less,
And-
yeah. A thought comes to mind of if we did put the station above Shoshu 1, it might show to the Chigo that we were able to confidently deal with the problem there. Like, oh, yeah, no, we took out your minefield, we took out the... What did they classify it as? Galaxy-ending threat, as I believe what the scavengers called it.
Yeah. Cataclysm, yeah.
Isn't strictly wrong.
No,
But it
that's
might look-
literally
Yeah.
literally the definition of those things. Yes.
Yep, but it might look good to them if we put it there as well.
Yeah.
In terms of
Either
a
they
show
think
of our
we're idiots.
competence in dealing with the issue. Yeah, they could also think we're idiots. That's the coin.
But
flip
if we're
there.
that crazy, do you really want to mess with us?
Also true. Well, maybe we should tell them what I just did. They might think we're too crazy for that alone.
It did seem unnecessarily riskful.
We're fine. It's just like camping.
So it seems we're having a lean towards Soshu 1, correct?
I think
Seems like
having it in the system is the wiser choice overall.
No. That's just him sitting in the meeting room right now.
Yeah.
Well, we can put it to a
Just
vote.
dripping on the floor. You melt.
So we can either we'll put it to a vote to make it simple. We'll have option A, the sun, and option B, Soshu 1. Does everyone find that agreeable?
Yep.
Certainly.
Sure.
Vote to your GMs.
To the polls.
The polls.
But are you registered to vote? That is the real question.
Into the sun? Why would you?
Why would we throw the station into the sun? That's such a Good
Not even in
idea. Why
orbit.
didn't I think of that?
Just drop it in.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it'll be protected by the sun's rays. It won't blow up.
I mean,
In a manner of speaking, yes, no one will ever
Yep.
touch the station if we do that.
yep.
But yeah, so
That's true.
option 1 is for orbit around the sun. Option 2 is orbit around Soshku 1.
Mm-hmm.
If we get a tie, Tash can do something for once.
Are we just?
Yep, just
Messaging to
just
the
message
GM.
the GM.
Oh, okay. I thought we were just gonna do a in-character vote.
Same thing. But
Pen just gave us all pads and said press your option. And then it's got like 5 different is this your final answer things.
Okay, so I have 4 votes for the sun.
then it's the sun then.
You know I'm lying. You know I'm lying.
Oh yeah, of course I know.
Okay, so Shoshku 1 seems to be the majority.
Very well. Then,
The sun was interesting though.
oh yeah, I said there was a few good options. Like even Soshku 3 was a decent option, but
Oh yeah.
one due to the fact that we may be able to do some stuff on the planet, and the sun is, have a decent option. So
It's like, oh, what direction can't they come from, whichever side the sun's on?
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I will submit this to the captain, and he can again submit it further to the Admiralty, but final orbit of the Aracania is going to be Soshku 1.
Very well.
And guess what, people? We got more shit.
It's almost like we have to be responsible now.
Yeah, I joked with the GM that when we're doing all this responsible stuff while Grennan's not here.
When Starfleet gives you a bunch of toys, they expect you to take care of them, keep them polished.
Yeah, we took her to that runabout, all right. With torpedoes.
So
We clearly can be trusted with a Defiant. We definitely haven't blown it up twice.
We didn't blow it up twice. The enemy did.
So
I mean, technically, it was our own blast this last time.
we have our second item on the agenda, which is what we're going to be doing with the Quakeway and the Chigoan flotillas. It has been noted that all diplomatic contact has not been authorized unless they engage first. Understood?
So we're not to go out and talk to them.
Unless they reach out to us, we are not to contact them or antagonize them in any way, shape, or form.
Ah, okay, well that answers my second question then.
And to answer your question in more detail, we are not to fire on them unless they fire upon us.
Would antagonizing count as going to one of our own systems that they happen to be in?
Yes and no, because we don't know how they're going to react. So for now, let's try not to antagonize them until we get more information on the situation. Understood?
Understood. I was thinking, no.
And to that end, so we can actually look into the first two options and maybe changing that situation, I would like both yourself, Varda, and Efrix to talk to our new guests that we picked up on the surface to try and verify the flotilla's strengths and their intentions.
Are you sure we're not supposed to initiate contact with them?
Well, not contact the flotillas. We have guests aboard our station we can talk to.
That's
I'm
pointing out the ridiculous nature of the Order, sir. We already have members of those factions aboard our station.
That's who I'm telling you to talk to. Verify with them their intentions.
There
Would-
is the chance that they aren't actually connected. They're
True.
scavengers. They aren't necessarily part of.
They did say they were part of the reaction fleet. Was it a reaction fleet?
Did
Special
they?
Reactionary Flotilla was
There we
the.
go. They did say that. They said they were part of the
Okay,
reactionary
missed that.
flotilla.
So while
I
this,
thought
They were
they were
just
just
guess
on their own.
scavengers is like a role they have within the flotilla, similar
yeah.
to
Well,
engineering.
that's a question for them, I guess.
Yeah.
They do owe us a couple favors.
yes,
We did.
at least if you talk to them, gather their intentions of how they feel about us, their own fleets. You can maybe even convince.
Well, I can tell you how they feel about us. We make them very uncomfortable. Our skeletons are on the inside.
That may be the case, but you can also convince them to contact their own flotillas, so they can make the contact.
How do you think they'd feel if I told them I didn't have my skeleton?
That's a situation for you to figure out during the
Just
meeting.
looking at Efrix when I say that.
Also, Lieutenant Myth, considering we now have our new sensors from the planet, could you use the plank alongside them in the station to try and scan for their flotilla, try and gauge how their numbers and their strength?
Sir.
Hopefully, if we can get that number and the Lieutenant Commanders Efrix and Vada can hopefully convince our guests to reach out to them to begin diplomatic discussions, hopefully we won't need to worry about firing upon them.
We can't establish contact with them. Could our guests establish contact with them via our systems?
That's what I'm asking you to do.
Right, okay, just clarifying then.
Because if they reach out, it's not us engaging diplomatic or
In terms of provoking them, active scans might be seen as some form of provocation.
agreed.
How careful should I be in that regard?
If you were to scan any system within Federation space, you would be allowed to scan what planets they have, what's in the system, how many items or vessels are in that system, correct? Just for a normal Federation scan.
Indeed.
Start with that. If you can get more information without pushing too hard or being too intrusive, then go for it, but for now, just try to locate them and get a general idea of their numbers.
Very well.
Anyone have any things they'd like to put forward or suggestions on this point?
I feel like that covers it.
I agree.
And that's point number 2 taken care of. There's still more.
I will put on my best exoskeleton. It's called body armor. Just go in there wearing body armor.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we were last time. We were in biohazard suits.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, they can still see your like squishy faces.
Wear a
Yeah.
helmet then. I don't know.
Well, as to the third item on our agenda, we have some supply ships en route to the Ericania, and we are to secure a safe route to this location. So after your conversations with our guests, both the Peltus and the Kismet will be securing a safe passage in the surrounding sectors, while the Plank maintains in the system and continues scans.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
There have been civilian ships curious about the station itself. So again, if once we know what's out and about, let's try and secure it and allow people to come here to trade, to try and make it seem like a safe enough area.
Is that assuming we pass any colonies on our police action, more or less? Do we make them aware of the station's new location,
Correct.
or the station's location and existence in the first place?
Correct, yes. We should inform
Okay.
them that there could be issues in the area, but we are policing and making sure, to the best of our abilities, that it is as safe and secure as possible.
Let me re-look up what our name is, because it's long, and I don't remember it. Because it's long.
It is the 10th Expeditionary Fleet's first home
First
and
homes,
survey
yeah.
and defense squadron. Or Tiger Squadron.
Yeah, we can't
We're-
call that
we're-
ourselves
We
Tiger
can't
Squadron,
call it
but,
that, yeah.
Yeah. To anyone outside of Starfleet, we're the long name.
Yeah, I'll post it in a Discord.
Can we make a
Pin.
Like- TTEF 1 HSDS? I don't know if that's better.
No, I don't think that's any better.
It's teeth. The teeth
Oh,
squadron.
shield.
Or
Oh, sorry, B.
HS, just 10th HSDS.
But yeah, so if we can secure a...
Whoops. Even stupider. Whoops.
Squadron.
Teeth.
You see why they went with Tiger Squadron instead for the code name.
Teeth.
Teeth.
But yeah, so if we can secure a safe enough route from one side, and we can hopefully open negotiations through to the Chigoans, the Quay and the Woohoo. Hopefully we can then, from the social sector of space, try to open a route to their worlds, their organizations.
Will the Kismet and Pelthus be flying as a pair, with the Pelthus being towed, or individually to cover more ground?
Individually for more ground. The Plank may join us later on if they can find nothing else to scan, but for now it'll just be the Kismet and the Peltist.
On that note, then, would you want the Kismet to head directly to the merchant vessels first and go from there towards the Pelthust's direction?
Well, we're to
So that we can
secure as much
follow
area
through.
as possible.
Should the Maxwell planks stay in system, or do we have reign to operate outside the system as well?
I will leave that to your discretion. If you believe that there is no risk to the station if you leave the system, then you may. If you believe that there are too many possible hostile forces too close to the system, then I would ask that you remain.
Very well, Commander.
Oh, and just to cover ourselves, Vada and Etherix, when you're talking
Yes,
with
sir.
our guests, take Ilsio with you, please.
Take what?
The diplomat.
Oh,
Got it.
I mean,
Our ensign.
yes, I trust you, Doctor. Not so much the person who forgot to use his communicator on a frozen planet.
I'm pretty sure it's frozen over, actually.
It freezes over every cycle.
No, the comm badge.
You probably got a new one by the time you got up.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It didn't work.
But better safe than sorry, just take the diplomat. So, as regarding to our missions of securing safe routes and hopefully making it safe for people, is there anything anyone wishes to put forward?
There are a
Yep.
few stellar anomalies that I would like to investigate if given the time, given the fleet's standing orders for this region.
Understood. Once we've managed to secure a safe enough passage for ships travelling to and from the social system, then I don't see an issue for the plank to scan around, check out any anomalies, as long as it's escorted by either the plank or the kismet, just to be better safe than sorry.
I believe that the Maxwell Planck should be more than capable of operating on its own, especially with our warp drives. We should be able to outrun any threat that we'd encounter.
Famous last words.
That may be the case, but until we can officially come to a non-aggression with the Woohoo, the Quay, and the Chigo, it would be safer practices to make sure at least 2 ships go out to check phenomenon.
Of course, that's your discretion, Commander.
Doctor, Vada, anything you wish to put forward?
Your face. No,
Not at this time, sir.
I liked my answer better.
Oh, I believe that covers it, Commander.
Very well, I shall make notes to hand forward to the captain, but for now, you have your assignments. Dismissed.
Sir.
Forward suddenly is.
Wasn't actually yawning. That wasn't in character.
Yeah, so legitimately, I have 3 points, all with an A, B, and C, like minor points, that I had to bring up.
I like that we have like actual planning and stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because you're actually supposed to get directives for every mission. I'm like, oh, I should probably start doing that since that matters to your reputation. And when you're like spending for mission directive, that's what you're supposed to spend them towards.
Right, rather than just this vague the mission.
The mission.
The mission is the mission. We're the good guys, right, everybody?
I don't know.
Good soldiers
At
follow
present.
orders.
So the first thing we're probably going to resolve is a meeting with the local Chigoans.
The local Chigoan. Yes, they are locals.
New scene. Who is going to meet with these people?
It was the 3 of us. Did
Yeah.
we get whichever Chief Crick Crack's name was? I forgot.
What?
Crick Crack is bugs. Did we get their leader's name though?
I don't think.
No. Exoskeletons make lovely noises.
Does someone actually have a favor? Someone has a favor from these people, right?
I do.
Varder and
yeah.
Efrix both have favors from these people.
Phasers.
They both have
Phasers.
favors and phasers.
We've got their phasers too.
And Bishiska?
And yeah, we did get their name at the time.
Oh, you're right.
It just wasn't written down, and we've got terrible memories.
This is another one that you remember that you actually have the favor from. There was the leader, but that would have cost you more favor.
Yeah.
But you know what I'll do? I'll delete what I just said there because that would have cost. Because that would make.
I thought we got the favor from the group as a whole.
But the name you have is from at least one of the scavengers. That's the one you know that can put up with aliens.
Oh,
The rest will put up with you because the leader said to, because they don't have an option to get home easily.
that's the tolerant one. Got it.
That's tolerant. Yeah, that is the word I'd use. So effort.
I mean,
Could be hungry.
they like me okay because I didn't rat them out for being a lot more injured than they let on.
I didn't leave them to die.
Maybe you should have, so they weren't shamed.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's about pride, I think, and then we're
Listen.
taking the diplomat, the other diplomat.
the ensign.
Ensign Ilso, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, because Bonsap is occupied.
If they don't want their pride hurt, I can go through and punch them all in the face.
That's it. Assault the people who are your guests.
If you don't want your pride hurt, I can hurt you physically instead.
This is why the doctor and the diplomat's in charge.
For all I've said stuff like that, when have I ever done it?
Yeah, that's fair.
You've coveted the option.
I've considered it.
I mean, if they behave like Klingons, that is
Would
a
work.
legitimate. Yeah, that's a legitimate way to make friends.
I made friends with the one I headbutted then stabbed. So, you know.
But yes, you are aboard Dices Arcania. There are some areas like this section here that are similar to the standard quarters for Starfleet personnel and Federation personnel. There are other sections that are a lot more rough and tumble because this was a Orion. It used to be an Orion pirate outpost, but the skeleton crew has been trying to convert some stuff over a little bit to make it a little more comfortable and homey, less looking like it stepped out of a Hollow novel. But this part
the
of
slave pits.
yeah. What are these big random pits they have? Like it's like throughout the entire station. Don't ask, man. Just please.
Yeah, you don't ask questions of things you don't want the answers to, man.
Wow, they have so many squash ball courts. That's not what those are. Anyway. So, yes, you are on the relevant deck where some of the scavengers are, and you know where the quarters of one Anib Siska is. One of the scavengers, the tolerant one, to put it that, as someone pointed out.
And by the fact this one's alone, I'm guessing he's the leader.
He's sleeping.
Also, separate. Oh, I was thinking because he's in a separate quarter compared to everyone else.
No, these ones are just hanging out. They actually all have their own quarters.
Okay.
Some of them are just hanging out with each other, and others are like doing stuff else around the station.
Okay. I wasn't sure if they were paired up or not.
No.
Okay. Good to know.
They actually like their space. They like to. They given the option between pairing up and having their own rooms, they definitely wanted their own rooms.
And we've got the room to do that, so
But yeah, exactly.
we could give them an entire deck to themselves, essentially, right now.
Yeah.
We're not going to, but we could. All right. Well, after you, Everix.
Right? We know which one he's in.
Yeah.
I think I put him up. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, it's this one.
Walk up and chime the door. Oops. Don't double click the token. That's not what I want.
The door opens and you see a Chigoan, an insectoid, with much nicer clothing on now. His insectoid eyes multifaceted as it kind of his kind of turns, and his little mandibles of his mouth kind of chitter as he's considering. Translator doesn't bother translating it because it sounds like a thinking noise.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. You are the one known as Lieutenant Commander Efrix, a medical doctor, I believe. Yes?
Yes. Correct.
And you are Lieutenant Commander Varder Redun, the Bajoran. And you I've never met before. Your head is very shiny. Is there something wrong?
Everett's hides a little a smile behind her hand. No, we were actually just hoping to talk with some of you. You know, Siska puts up with us a little better, but just in general, trying to reach out.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, we're talking.
Indeed.
He folds his arms.
Ow.
Oh,
What is your name?
this is Siska.
Oh, it is?
Yes,
Yes.
they put a name.
Oh.
Jeez, can't you tell I'm artifacts?
No, you said you said one came to the door. You didn't say it was Siska, so I thought it was a different one. Sorry, that was a misunderstanding.
It's okay. Not to be rude, but this is a new species. It's hard to tell them apart.
Oh yeah, it's really like, oh wait, never mind. They've got that weird color on the mandible. They've got the red stripe. It's this one. This is the right one. Anyway, orders being strange, as they are, and the current situation between your people and ours, would like to have you attempt to contact your vessels through our systems, given you don't have a ship of your own to do that with.
Oh, well, we already have made arrangements for a shipment heading out back to our space aboard a Federation Oberth, the SS Yandy. It's much cheaper to travel by Federation than by Chigoing Concern. That is to say, free. Chitter, 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 chitter. You hear chittering inside the room and slapping a table like it's the funniest thing they've ever heard. You give that out for free? Really? That's so silly. They stop chittering after a good 5 minutes.
Well, that makes things somewhat different.
We're glad that you're able to find passage home. That's good.
We are very resourceful, yes. And we have already purchased our copies of the United Federation of Planets cultural guidebook. It was required to purchase, but apparently more useful than I thought it would be.
Do you know if your vessel has any particular rules regarding weaponry?
Our vessel used to have rules about weaponry. Yes.
The one you're going to be journeying with.
Well, my understanding under Federation, and he lists up the exact regulation and subparagraph and quotes verbatim effectively what the rules of aliens aboard Federation starships are regarding exactly how well armed he's allowed to be and in what circumstances he's allowed to be. And what special dispensations, and then he then starts going off on a tangent about a specific case that allows for aliens not familiar with Federation. Like if you don't stop him, he's going to keep going. He's giving you he's like a android telling you the full story.
Get the point.
Perhaps we should have brought Myth down.
Yeah, I get the point.
No, then it would just enter into a cursive feedback loop.
Yeah, but you would have a great time.
Yeah, you would.
And they might like you, actually.
They might, yeah. You've got a...
Or they might be afraid of you, given their last interaction with AI.
Yeah. But yeah, that's quite fine, Siska. I get the idea. I was asking...
Varder, you actually have to roll presence plus command to kill.
No.
If one, though, like if you eventually get its attention and it's like, please stop? Like, huh? Oh.
Oh my god. Sure, yeah.
Nope.
I think that's why we brought the diplomat, right?
He would assist, but Varder is not making things any easier.
Whiffed. Okay.
You know,
I mean, could you? I mean, well, yes, but I.
The odds. I've got a value still. I don't think the odds comes into this one.
No.
More can always be learned. Wouldn't be cutting him off.
Yeah.
I don't think
Anything
I've
he's
got a value
teaching you
to
about the
cut-
law.
I don't think I have anything to cut
Mission
someone off.
directive because I've ordered you to do this.
Maybe.
Scout and survey nearby Quaqua and Chigoan flotilla. Verify squad strength and discern intentions.
That's
I
what
should be able to.
I kind of ordered them to do that.
No, I'm gonna say no. Sorry.
Ah.
That's why I have the clear directives now.
You know, I legitimately don't have a value for telling someone to shut up.
You think it'd come up a lot more for you, but go figure. Shooting people tends to solve the problem.
Well, I've got sometimes others must stand for us, but that doesn't exactly work in this sense.
Someone else can make the attempt again, but the diff goes up by one because you accidentally just kind of you try to interject, but you're kind of not. You're half not interjecting.
Yeah, it's like I trying to not be too rude.
Let me look. Really? My dad has decided that vacuuming is a good thing to do
We
right
can
now.
hardly hear it. I think this is what the diplomat comes in.
I mean, yeah, it also could do it.
He's got a lower score than I did.
Yeah, it's different type of diplomat. So his con, which is all like policies and rules and regulations, is much higher.
Which is like,
My God, that was.
he could argue with the guy.
He could make an opposed roll
Could I
and
do
get
it
him
for
to
con?
slowly get back to the point.
Yes.
Could he do it for con?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, actually, you're right, but
Would you accept the focus of Federation policy, or interspecies sociology, or xenobiology?
the first two actually worked. The last one, not so much. Because then you'll get him on a new tangent entirely.
Myth would love these people.
So this is the second time he's been used, so at the end of the session we'll give him something.
Mm-hmm.
A small box. Personal effects. A box. What's in there? Nothing. It's just a box. Is it made of anything special? Cardboard.
I mean, it has a wig in
That's
it.
a very special material. You don't see that much anymore.
It has a
Decays so
wig in it.
fast.
I'll spend a
Also,
momentum.
yes, Myth would love these people.
Okay.
Finally, people who remember things.
So yeah, here we go.
It's one hit for them.
So we gain 4.
As Ilso is very slowly able to kind of abbreviate this talk until eventually slowly gets Siska to kind of get back on track.
Could we spend 2 momentum to make it seem like we understand how they speak, so it makes future roles between in this conversation a little easier?
Yeah, I'll take that. As Ilsa kind of gives can give a little hints and nods at efforts of our like, no, it is fine to interject. They don't. I saw the diplomatic file. These guys work differently than you're used to.
All right. Anyway.
So yes, I am aware. He says finally.
We'll
To
have
actually answer your question.
We'll
Very
have your
impressive.
weapons crated then, and you can take those with you aboard the SS. Whatever the ship was called.
The
Why
Yandy.
something Yandy? Because we're not going to steal those from you, and I assume you have to buy your own equipment.
Well, actually, it's corporate property, but yes, we do have to rent it from them.
I'd assume you'd rather not pay a lost fee for that.
You're right. I wouldn't.
We'll get those sent to the Yandy for you.
Much appreciated.
Martyr is thinking back to all of his dealings with Quark.
Yeah. Anyway. Efforts?
What?
I don't know. You had something to ask as well. Say. I've said
Oh,
nothing.
I don't know how. I don't know how to broach this topic with him because I don't think he's very high up in the chain of command. Like,
I'm
this isn't. Um,
Do you wish to purchase some of our salvage?
salvage from our station. Never mind.
I actually have a
Um,
question. I'm not sure how you have any salvage because you didn't take any up with you. Do you have it in your pockets?
In our backpacks. We are well trained in the art of gathering as much as possible for the highest profit margin.
that's fair.
It's part of the contract. Failure to perform a task would require a dock in pay and could result in termination.
That would be unfortunate.
Very much so.
I feel like I'm gonna have to go through those backpacks and find out what you have because you might have taken some sensitive Federation equipment from a base. We should have claimed all of that, but I should double check it for security purposes.
Lieutenant Commanders Efrix and Varda, wouldn't it be a good idea to mention to our guests the possibility of, if they contact their superiors, and maybe try to broker some form of peace, these fine gentlemen may be rewarded for possible future trade between our two organizations.
Oh god, it talks.
Yes.
Oh, I was talking earlier, right.
Yes.
Yes, I prefer to allow my senior officers to speak.
As Elso has said, even, and we had discussions with other vessels of yours claiming or stating that they wanted, or they're doing surveys for mining within the system, which under present Federation law, I'm sure you just read about, can't actually happen unless we come to a prior agreement.
But we are allowed to engage in exploratory survey missions to ensure viability of the mission.
But if you actually want to proceed with such things, then perhaps us getting in contact with your command or whoever's going up the chain, so to say,
Well,
would
I mean,
just help speed that up. And if your names are on that little list as having facilitated a trade agreement to simplify the terms, probably looks good for you.
hey, what was that? Nothing. They're just asking about our food customs. I'll go into it out here. Oh, okay. Kind of walks out. This way, this way. Just walking
sure.
down the hall.
We'll go.
Doesn't want
Okay.
to share profits.
He's like, no, I want just my name on this.
God,
Yeah.
they are
Yep.
Ferengi.
They're like Ferengi mixed with Klingons, and I don't like it.
He rubs his mandibles, his claws together. You hear a squeaky noise, and he chitters a bit.
Just thinking about Brack.
Are you sure your name's not Quark?
That's a type of fine particle for an atom, isn't it? Subatomic? Yes.
It is
I'm
also
fairly sure it
true.
is.
Also true.
Also true.
Also the name of a relatively famous trader in
I am sure I have a
one of
story
the
about
other
him
systems.
somewhere that you would find enjoyable. I'll send it to you later.
Yes. So, what was this about me getting rewards?
We don't know how your command structure or that sort of thing works, but we would assume that if you did facilitate diplomatic meetings between us and your people to enable trade and potentially mining rates and other such things, you would be rewarded for being the one to push that forward.
Well, I'm part of a free trade compact, and I could call up the guy who hired me. The problem is that wouldn't get what you want. You actually want to talk to someone in the executive ranks. So probably not the Archon, though, because I don't have that number for one, and for two, I don't think you. Well, I mean, that looks around. Federation has had troubles keeping appointments with the Archon, and the Archon tends to hold Federation folk in low regard. So we'll talk to someone lower in the
He's been
corporation.
right?
Well, I can call around. I can see who I can get. You'll probably want someone on the executive board. I can get you the number, but it'll take a little bit of time. But I can get you the number and make the introductions and so on. Although I probably will need to pay for the privilege, is the thing. I mean, I'll get a bonus for this, certainly, but I'll need the expenses.
Okay, what do you use as a currency?
We use the Zhou currency bond as a standard. That's the Jagoan corporate credit script. We do take certain precious metals in large enough quantities, information, intelligence data, star map data. Don't try to sell the Federation data. We already have it.
Yeah,
and
we
we
know.
already have the Klingon star maps. We already have those.
We know. We had to deal with that.
They weren't happy.
No.
Klingons are very unpleasant sorts. Very easy to fool. But anyway, they
Be sure to tell them you said that.
I could, you know what? Just because it's the two of you, I can take your Federation credits and I'll use it for this. I'll get some trade off with the local merchants here. Maybe I'll even bring some of this latinium or whatever it is. Latinum. There we go.
Gold pressed
That's
Latin.
it.
Yeah, we actually
Gold
have
pressed
that.
latinum. Yes.
I was also going to say, otherwise we've got oversupplied ships. Like as a mechanical thing, we could use We've got the well-supplied starbase, so we can just roll for if we've got random stuff that could be used in this capacity anyway.
You could actually roll for that and say, actually, there's a few things that would be useful to a scavenger.
Yeah.
Like, actually, here's some random metals that aren't blown to pieces like the ones you guys have.
Yeah.
Like, here's actually a plate of duranium. It's like, well, you can't build anything with it. It's just, it's a plate. It's like, yeah, but still.
It's useful to a
that.
scavenger.
Yeah.
It looks like they had a good hole. Look at that.
So that is Insight Command difficulty 2, I believe.
Could we reduce that by 1 due to the advantage Ilso made?
This is you thinking of something that you have.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, but you know what he needs. Yes, I'll take that. Yeah, I follow the logic now.
Insight Command. I've got a 13.
Insight Command for Ilso is a 12.
Yeah. All right.
But would a focus of Federation policy count? Like,
it would.
We are allowed to trade this for certain services.
Like, there's certain things that Federation goes, go ahead, you can give them all of X you want. We don't care.
I assume Barter might be able to assist that anyway.
Oh yeah.
Question mark. Yeah. There we go.
Spend a moment.
Sure.
I don't think I've got a focus.
Guerrilla warfare. Wrong focus. Here's how to smuggle weapons in the savage.
No, we're giving them booby-trapped goods.
Oh, we got the momentum.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all good. Yes. I could accept that. And yes.
And
yes.
It is possible that if we can work out some non-aggression and peace and trade, it is highly likely that your organization may have better pickings, shall we say?
Well, I mean, that could work indeed. Just make sure that the executive you talk to, I mean, I'll make the proper introductions, of course, just to make sure, but because your memory's faulty, but we'll make sure that just bring up my name along the way yourself. That way they know that you know that I know that they know that you know.
Understood.
Okay. I don't know. You were part of the reaction fleet.
The Special Reaction Flotilla, yes.
Special Reaction Flotilla. And there are other vessels aligned with you in the region, aside from the flotilla?
Well, we've been our flotilla was sent to Shoskyu, and we were to survey it for possible exploitation by the concern. I'm certain, given our knowledge of your space, that we've other ventures have been put forth by other executives, and I've heard that there's actually been a few people hiring our security forces so that other inferior alien species can be led across the stars so they don't blunder into something that they don't really understand.
So you wouldn't know about the Queque carrier somewhere
I'm
around here.
I'm familiar with the Lagnab class Quaqua carrier.
The I don't know. We don't have the name of the one that's a system over. Is it a system over? It's a system away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one a system away. It was a system away, then it moved to a different system away.
The nearby system would be the lift system, and the one further away than that would be the Luri system.
Whichever was operating the observation array on Shoshu 3.
Someone was operating the array? Huh, that's news to me. But I will say that the special response flotilla was purely a concern mission. We didn't have any aliens with us, so they to prevent them from ruining the operation. We let the lesser species go out and interact with your Federation world since they're on a similar technological and intellectual level.
That's my improper understanding of exactly how everything works in your sector of space.
It's
We
okay.
are
Bajoran
keeping
minds are
sure.
weak in that regard.
I'm sure. Though there'll be many who'd have an argument with you about that.
Well, yes, lesser species do get into arguments rather quickly over minor things like their inferiority above greater species, but I try to be more accepting of the lesser species. It's more encouraging that way for you to learn how to improve yourselves. That's why I'm helping you now. And it is profiting me. So in the end, I would have missed out on a perfectly good opportunity if I let my superiority overshadow the opportunity itself.
Well, and
So
hopefully
your fault.
we can learn more about your civilization and species.
Oh my god.
Yes, that would be very helpful to you. In fact, you might even want to consider employment. I hear the Federation doesn't pay very well.
We have a different social economical system, but it works for many species over a vast distance of space.
Well, chrono pieces can be right twice a day, after all.
But yes,
Indeed.
if you can supply us with any information on your species or your organization, we would be happy to learn.
Certainly. Pulls out
For a
from his
price,
coat.
I'm sure.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's see. So the exact agreement was, and he starts reciting off exactly what you said and what you're going to give him word for word. And he says exactly word for word what he said into the device. So he's giving you a contact with one of the executives on the board of the Chigo concern. For the purposes of making diplomatic contact, you are, as part of this, you are going to pay him in salvage of, and he gives you exactly what you told him in this regard, and then also a mention of his name when you speak with the executive or any future executives for the duration of the diplomatic contact. So he wants his name to be told to anyone you talk to along the way, so they will remember his name.
And the other question, the prior salvage you got in your backpacks, I assume you're each keeping your own in your quarters?
Yes, we're you do have an SA office here. Unfortunately, it is not well staffed, so
I'm not actually sure what that is.
it's a thing at a port where you store stuff. They value it, inventory it, and then they put it away for you.
Oh, so they've actually stored all of their stuff?
They didn't. They went there and said nope, and they hung on to it
Okay.
because it's inferior.
Right.
Or
okay.
not well
Yeah.
staffed, which that's probably right because that's a civilian thing, not a Starfleet thing.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and I'm going to assume that no one from security or intelligence has gone through your salvage.
Varder, you know without and I'll let you walk that back. You know that they would have checked for explosives and weaponry, so anything like phasers or anything like that,
Okay.
any weaponized stuff. Beyond that, no, they wouldn't have they wouldn't have gone through their baggage unless it was an obvious security threat.
It's like there shouldn't have been anything valuable down there, but then again, there shouldn't have been a stockpile of dilithium crystals, and there was.
Yeah, exactly.
So, on that note, it's probably wise for me to check their stuff and make sure they're not getting away with anything they shouldn't know or have. Which probably requires me to.
Although, if they weren't supposed to know it, they know it already.
These guys will know it, but if they don't have it, it makes it harder to disseminate. And that is if they even checked it. They could just have picked up a locked pad and been like, "Oh, sure, I'll keep it." So I'm assuming if I were to go through your individual salvages and find anything that, as the Federation would not appreciate you having, it would be fair to equally trade its value for something else.
Well, you do have access to salvages better than what we have, and I am willing, as a favor to you, negotiate with the rest of my fellow scavengers to trade for the goods. They may we scavengers like to keep what we find ourselves because we have a keen sense of valuing things on the spot. It's part of our training package and implants. But I can tell them that with this contract and with a proper fee through me, I can guarantee the appropriate value being exchanged. So for a small fee on my part, they will sign a contract through me, and then they'll be able to exchange for the appropriate scavenge materials.
Dear God, they're worse than Ferengi. I swear.
So shall I add that to the contract, or should that be unwritten?
I'll just look at it yourself like, does this make any sense to you? Or more sense to you?
We do not need that written as long as your comrades trust you and we are allowed to check.
Chitter, chitter, chitter.
Yes,
they trust
check and allowed to at least offer equal trade for stuff we deem we may need to trade for. Then we trust you in this regard, considering you are helping us a great deal.
Very well. Who will be signing the contract for the written part of this exchange?
Well,
As he presses his thumb down, you hear a beep as a biometric scan is taken of his mandible. Actually, no, I forgot how these guys work. He holds it up to his face, and then a little thing reaches out and jabs it, and then it reads the biometric data off of his tongue. To put it that way.
Well, it's two lieutenant commanders there who were ordered to do this. Pick one.
Yeah, I am technically the more senior of the two, so it should probably be me.
You are the more senior one, that's right.
Here you go. And he holds it up to you.
Your thumb or your tongue, Efrix?
He actually holds it up to your face first. Like he assumes that's what you're gonna do.
How does it like pop out when I talk? I don't know.
It looks like a pad. It looks like a pad, but their version of it. And there's a little square at the bottom where it's the biometric reader. Normally, if on pads, what you'd use your thumb.
Yeah.
These guys don't have thumbs, so they have to give their biometrics in a different way.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'm gonna reach up and put my thumb against it.
Right, you use your thumbs. That's cute.
We have those.
Yes, makes you great for fine motor skills and crafts. Yes. Nods.
Well, also surgery.
Yes, surgery. Yes. I'll remember that for next time. Surgery. Wouldn't that imply? Anyway, we have an agreement. I am going to make a tidy profit, and I will get you the appropriate subspace signals frequency before the day's out. It'll take me a bit to find the right number. If I give you the first number, you will have to pay along the way. So you have just saved yourself several hours of time in arguing with people.
If we could first get the just checking over everyone's salvage out of the way first, so that we can add anything that is needed to the list for me to retrieve and have sent to the SSESO.
Of course.
It makes everything just one thing.
Oops. New scene, by the way.
See, for me,
Curious.
that gets around the whole not talk like reaching out to him. That's someone from them reaching out to them.
To then reach out to us.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm fine with that. I just.
Yep.
Oh, he said something that like really piqued my interest, and I'm super curious.
Which one? Which one?
Implants?
Yeah, implants. I caught that as well. That he's got implants for scavenging.
Yeah. I'm like, sorry, what? What?
Which might be efforts that are like, I'm gonna go back through my scans and see if I can pick any of this out.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, different music at the moment because we're different scenario. Wow. Boop. I said boop. There. So, you are here in the show skew system, with where your base located. You've made You made contact with. You're slowly making contact with the Shosku concern. The Chigo concern. But that will be at least a day. But that still leaves your ships at what orders? And there is, of course, the lift system and the Liluri system marked on the map as well.
I think third was the plank to do their scans along with the Arcania and the our newest camera system.
What are you going to try to scan? Like, does a general ping everywhere, or are you aiming it at something in particular?
I was trying to get them to identify, like quote unquote, like Chigo numbers, but I'll leave the hows, the whats, and what they want to do up to Myth.
Oh. Sounds like a Myth problem.
All right.
And definitely advising Myth that sometime in after a day or two, we might be being contacted by some Chigo people.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I guess I'll just start the generic scans as soon as the other ships leave.
On that note, we'll probably leave the diplomat on the station or send them to the plank. Unless anyone disagrees with that.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Your choice, Smith, on where you want them, the plank or the station.
I think probably on the station for now, because that's where the Chigoans are.
Yeah.
If it needs to deal anymore with the Chigoans, then we have someone there to deal with that.
Go, he's fallen. Shoo.
Look, Captain Bloodthirsty isn't here tonight, Svalin.
And as a curiosity, what does the cameras do for us?
Basically, you can remotely view anything inside the Shoshu system as long as you're at least one star system away. So actually, if you're all the way in Lift, you can actually see everything that's happening, like actually visibly, like you're in visual range of everything, because the cameras can see everything in high 3-dimensional detail.
Nice.
Nice.
That is actually pretty cool.
It's
Yeah.
hard to sneak up on Shoshu now.
Right.
See, they were hoping they'd have an advanced camera and be able to sneak right up on the place and went, whoops, nope. The cameras look like a loop. Oh, there's nothing there but our ships. Oh, that's what the cameras are saying. Sensors are saying a very different thing. No. Let's not go there.
So would that be difficulty 1 for the plank?
I believe so.
Just rolling that now.
Have fun, Myth.
Freaking Herrings.
All right.
3 momentum generated. There are at least 4 energy signatures near this ping.
Hmm.
At least 3 near this ping. 4 from this ping.
Oh, hold on. Don't see that last one. Yeah. All right. There we go.
3 from this ping. 4 from this ping up here. 7 from this ping.
I don't like that.
2 from this ping.
All right.
Actually, sorry. Correction. This one's 5.
Would you allow the spend of 2 momentum for the advantage of... We could identify Federation or Chigoan ships?
Federation or alien might be more.
For one momentum, for one question or a momentum, I'll take it. That's just a question you're asking.
Okay, then
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Can we...
bet does. Oh no, yeah, myth does delete that. Right. Yes, because myth's no longer that.
I'm no
Sad.
longer a science officer position.
Sadness.
Mixture of Chigo and Quaqua signatures with 1 Federation signature.
Where's the Federation one?
It's near this ping.
Okay. So one of those 5 is a Federation vessel.
All right.
And that's something you can tell from extreme range sensors, because you're scanning like whole star systems over, and you're like, but it's like, yeah, but there's certain things, energy signatures. You can see, well, there's an energy signature that isn't a sun. That's obviously a ship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, unless you have cloak starships, give off a lot of heat.
Yeah, there's probably a dozen Klingon vessels that we can't see.
Only a dozen.
I say that because we did ask for Klingon vessels to be in the around the Shoshu system from Hell's Talpark. So if we can't pick any of those up,
Oh, and of course, there's there's probably U3 plus the tug, so there's probably at least 2 more. There's 5 signatures here.
All right.
Well, 6 because the station.
So then I guess I'd like to start working on. So from the scan, is it possible to then use like computer analysis to figure out more
You
without
could,
having
yeah.
to scan additionally? Because that would
You
be a
can-
way to get information without having to like probe directly at the
You
energy
can-
signatures.
You can certainly try.
I'd like to try.
I mean, we do have in our mission report descriptions of size and builds of different ships. So, like I said, we could then narrow down due to the signature of what ships are which.
The more narrow you go, the easier to task. I'll say it that way. The more general you are with the question, the more you're putting more load on the heuristic computer to guess at the correct answer. If you're exact, the computer can help you chase down a particular avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you
So-
have pre-existing data.
Yeah.
That's why scanning for Federation ship is super easy, because like, well, no, we know what they all are. They're thoroughly documented by the Starship Bureau.
Then, would it be possible for us to check the readings for all the ships that are non-Federation for the Alliance, and the 5 system?
Also, yeah.
Because, like I said, we do have a description of each, like the concern ships and the Alliance ships.
Reason con, difficulty 2, assisted by computers con.
All right.
This should be good at that.
Could I assist with this?
Sure. Where are you, friend? There you are. Boop.
I'm actually putting Maxwell Planck on the like the crew on the lead role, and then I'm just going to assist on it with Myth.
ooh,
Also, with the Starship Expert with assisting, we get a bonus momentum for obtaining information.
Nice.
Cool. Hmm.
Now,
See, they're good at this shit.
they are now.
and so are you.
Yeah, and we got a shit ton of float.
That's mine. Yeah.
So,
2 from Myth.
so shit. So
It's not like this is a sensor boat at all.
2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5.
yeah, that's 5 float.
What was the question again? Just want to make sure I'm answering it right. Wait, you're on the Peltas, not the Kismet. What am I doing? Over there.
So out of all the ships that are scanned that are not Federation, because we did pick up one,
Mm-hmm.
and we do have a description of different type of ships from our the Tiger Squadron Strategic Operations document.
Mm-hmm.
Can we identify ships from that to what's about? And we've also encountered the cruiser before from the Quakeway.
Basically, can we identify which of these energy signatures match ones that we've encountered before? Not as in precise ships, but as in ship classes. I think.
For each group, it would cost 1 question. But yes, you can.
Right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean,
5,
we also
6.
get an extra one due to my Starship expert, so also a 1 free question that way.
I
It's
think
true,
we
yeah.
can just spend our float on that, honestly, to get like more detailed
Shoo.
information.
Yeah, pretty much. So it'll be
That would
all
that
of
would
our
be
float.
exactly that'd be your starship focus or your starship thing and all of the float for every single fleet out there or group of ships out there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty
That-
much.
Goes perfectly.
So, yeah, deleting all the extra and the bonus question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like editing all of this text or these numbers to tell what's at each number.
It's just because I'm not trying to exploit the engineering flaw.
Oh. Could you use that in reverse?
Hmm?
Like find a flaw on the Kismet and then have us fix
No,
that?
it only works on for a scan for weakness. So because our systems are all linked, if we scan for weakness, let me just bring it up again.
You see what I was trying to get at, though,
Yeah.
right?
So in addition to the bonus granted by the scan for weakness, you may assist in making an attack against a target ship which does not count against a normal limit for assistance. This attack generates a bonus momentum which... So yeah, so it's an extra assist and a bonus momentum.
Nice. Alright, so the buck fighters are the things that come from the cruiser, right?
Right.
Okay. Oh, they've got fighters away from the cruiser.
Hmm.
They have to have. Can't it support 12 fighters?
For a momentum or question spend, I will answer in regards to that.
Oh, I already have this information.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's right. I can tell you the special power of the cruiser is that it holds over 100 fighters aboard, and it could launch all 100 over time. It just takes time to launch, and because these fighters are meant to be able to be independent of the cruiser. The cruiser is just a landing pad.
Okay. Okay, so they can be fully independent. Got it. Yeah, I was gonna say I have those things from all the Andromeda stuff.
Yep,
I
that's right. Because
don't
they did
it
have
saved
scans of it.
anywhere.
You're right. But that's their superpowers that they can do. That's why the cruiser isn't really meant for fighting on its own. It uses and it doesn't deploy. Each time you fought them, they never deployed the entirety of their fighter squadrons. They fire them off in waves, and they keep some in reserve for some reason or another. Which that Andromeda doesn't know why they do that, other than why they don't just dump out everything.
Presumably, they have some sort of like fighter control that would get overwhelmed with coordination. But
yeah, even the amount they're having is more than Starfleet ever would feel. Like that's something a starbase would do, not a ship.
Well, if I had to guess, I would say this is the cruiser. Because that thing likes to be
Probably.
protected.
do we have like? Is it possible to append location to these identifications,
I
or?
was like, did we get the Federation vessel as well in that sweep of identifying?
Actually, yeah, I'll give you that one.
Over. It might be that exact vessel, actually. That would make
Probably
sense.
is.
They come here with a Chigo escort.
For 2 momentum, I can give more. Actually, no, it's just a question. For 1 momentum, you can get exact distribution because you're getting a general ping, and then the sensors are telling. Actually, no, I'll give this to you. Because it makes sense to the question asked. There are. So you're asking for what?
For which things are where?
Actually, yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah, because if we can identify the ships, we should be able to identify whether there's a free trader here or a cruiser here.
Yeah.
Cruiser and 3. The Oberth, a cruiser, and 3 free traders.
Never mind. That's the security cruiser or the Langib?
Trade security cruiser.
Okay.
That's a concern vessel. There are. Oh,
There was trade security here.
Yeah, 3 free traders and 1 security cruiser.
All right.
ready for the next group?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
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 3 buck fighters.
Buck fighters. Okay. I'll just edit the one I've got here.
All right.
3 free traders and a trade security. Just let me know when you're ready for the next group, because I know you guys are taking notes.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Alright, next
3
one.
3 more buck fighters.
Got it.
Uh, 3 free traders and a trade security cruiser.
All right.
I'm seeing their kind of standard deployment as well. Is 3 free traders and 1 cruiser.
Because trade security cruisers can launch up to 3 of the free traders,
Yeah.
which they didn't do during the fleet engagement for reasons.
Mm-hmm. They'd already deployed them.
I think that was more of a GM didn't have enough threat reason.
No, because if it's a small craft from the ship, they can launch them because it's part of the threat of the ship.
One of them did do that.
One of them launched free trader. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
This one is trade security cruiser, 3 free traders, 3 buck fighters.
Oh.
Oh, all right.
So the Lagnib's here then.
And it's a Lagnib and a fighter here.
Okay. Hey, Klingons.
And in addition, there seems to be something on one of the planets, an energy signature there, now that you're looking in more detail. It's not big enough to be a starship. It's probably an outpost. Which, according to sensor the astronavigation logs over the past year, as it were, nothing was assigned there in the Starfleet files. That said, the Federation claimed space kind of stops around here.
Okay, so that's outside of our jurisdiction. Can we put a line where that is, roughly?
Sure. Let me get you that line. Let's make it
Just
not...
so we don't accidentally cross that line and be like, you're in our space. And they're like, no. You're in our backyard now, says they.
Whoop, you fudging there.
Okay.
So what's over here then? Is that
That's us.
plain space?
That is us.
Yeah, that leads deeper
Okay.
into Federation space. Oh yeah, I suppose that looks like its own little intersection. No, that's you
Yeah.
guys. My bad. So given those lines, you can now see why the scale is actually quite wide. Like this is you scanning almost entire subsector.
Mhm.
Alright.
I think that's everybody. Yep.
So 2 fighter patrols, 2 concern patrols. Might as well call them that.
Yeah.
And one Earth, which we could contact them. They might be beside the Chigo, but nothing says we can't contact a Federation vessel beside the
Mhm.
Chigo.
Yeah.
And like, yo, just checking in. So, shall we do that, in fact?
I think we probably should.
Commander?
Yes, we can open communications with the Oberth, but we may need to move closer if required.
Understood.
Mhm.
Yes.
I'm checking something. Sorry. Made weird noises. Where the fudge is the thing that I'm looking for? There it is. Nope, that's not it. Oh, wow. Well,
Oh.
that happened.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's
That looked like someone trying to fire on someone.
It from the complication, it is obvious that when you're trying to make contact with the Oberth, that this that someone in here is actively trying to jam the signal. It's a Chigoan jamming protocol. They tried to hide that fact to make it more generic, but you can tell the Andromeda had that happen to them. They know exactly what their technique is. So you know it's them doing it, not the Oberth.
Mhm.
yeah.
Who wants to take point on this? Because I'm rocking a 16.
I mean, we've
I've
already
got-
activated Vada.
Oh yeah.
I've got a
Tangentially.
14, but I do have daring engineering.
Yeah, I don't have either one of those for engineering.
You could help.
Yeah.
Myth can lead, and Vada could also assist as well if we called her in for it, because she's there, present on the plank, and an engineer.
Yeah.
It's like,
Do we want Pada to lead it? I'm not sure if she's got better.
control engineering?
Yeah.
16.
Can drive me nuts.
And she does have communication systems as a focus.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we might want to have her lead it then.
kind of her thing.
Efrix, you can roll her, I think. Or someone else can.
Okay.
What's it?
Was it control engineering?
Mhm.
And you've got...
And I think she has cautious.
She does.
She does.
Um,
So I'll spin for cautious.
no, not yet. She'll be getting it at the end of the session.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't have it yet.
Oh, right,
She doesn't?
Prematurely.
No,
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
Vada,
I
not the other.
added it
Oh,
prematurely.
you did? I thought.
yeah, they gave it to Vada prematurely.
Oh, that's right. We were
Yeah.
torn between. Got it.
Yeah.
We decided not to.
So she'll get it at the end of the session, but for now she's just...
Okay, so then, what are we sitting on?
6 momentum.
I'm still gonna buy a dice then.
Please do. Buy 2 even if you want to.
With the way my rolls are going, I think that's asking for trouble. But she does have focus, so
Not bad. That's a hit right there.
Would you
Yeah.
allow a focus in former operative for jamming signals?
Sure.
Hit me.
Focus in
Nice.
xenotechnology.
That was a straight 1 pinned.
Yes.
Yeah, see, when it comes to like spy shit,
Oh.
Pen
Oh,
can still do
Myth!
it.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's still one success.
I'll just buy it off with what I rolled, so we still need the ship.
Yeah. And that's still a success, though, is the best part.
I still do have a success there.
Okay, Plank.
Yeah. Ship.
So
It's a
2
real
momentum.
flanker. So we still have a float.
Yeah.
Whom is hailing the Oberth? Who's making the contact?
Good question.
I
Is it
can.
the Peltas, the Kismet, or the Plank?
Yeah,
Presumably a peltist.
more than likely, yes, to commanding officer.
Yeah, I think like the plank is like doing the work of cutting through the jamming, but Pen's probably actually doing the talking here.
Because the entire squadron's links together,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why am I talking
could
to
be.
Dean Winchester?
A Betazoid
Supernatural.
appears on screen, sitting on the bridge of an Oberth. It's been retrofitted a little bit to be a little more with the times, but you know.
GM, so what exactly is the situation?
Oh well.
Oh, it's true. Never mind. We can just let him be destroyed.
Yeah, it's fine. We don't like them anyway.
My signal was getting jammed.
Your signal was being jammed. Yes.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. This is the USS Peltis, Commander Penn speaking.
This is the SSS Yandi.
Yes, we saw you in the area. I believe you're en route to the Araucania, correct?
So, do I know why my signal's being jammed, or GM? Hold on, let me clear up this interference on my end. Yeah, I seem to have run into a bit of trouble with the buggers over here.
Do you require any assistance?
Uh, most likely yes, as we were in a trade negotiation with the Chigoans, and things went sour, and now they're claiming my ship as salvage, and also sending threatening letters about indentured servitude and other lovely things. I'm making my best possible speed back towards Federation space.
Ask them to save those messages.
Yes, make sure you save those messages, and we are en route. Continue towards the Araucania.
Okay, I'll keep it together as best I can.
Mr. Hagen, give me friggin' insight command difficulty 2 to know what station they're talking about.
Is this a new station?
Yeah, they only just arrived today. They're like yesterday.
Uh, focus in astronavigation.
Sure.
Take a threat for a third dice.
Sure. Yeah, you know what that is. There was a bulletin about it just this morning.
You were just being spoken to by people from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure I have the nav marked.
By that I mean the other Chigoans. They contacted this ship, didn't they?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did.
All
That'll
right,
put a
en
dent in
route.
their relations.
What's that? Peltis out,
Anytime you can come help.
Yeah, I'll be there soon.
and I'll open comms to both ships to make an intercept course.
We taking the plank with us as well then? All three of us?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. the slingshot's still not finished. Soon.
Whoops! Oh no. There we go. New scene, since you're now mobilizing the fleet.
Plank in the middle. Palthus in the middle. Whoops.
I would say for yellow alert, because this could turn aggressive, just in case.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It already is aggressive. Just hoping that your aggression could counter out their aggression.
We're going to be passive aggressive.
And we have to intercept the incoming Chigoan vessels and the Oberth.
I want to see if we can potentially find a place where we'll intercept the Oberth that'll have, like, I don't know, some kind of nebula or astronomical obstacle on this way, so that if these guys try to come down, they've got to take a long way around. And I've got the intelligence officer thing.
Ooh, for that advantage, you can have a nebula be present along that course.
It's like, okay, Commander, forwarding you these coordinates. If we can intercept the Oberth there, any Chigo reinforcements from whichever system this is will have to take a long way around to get to us.
Unless we just go straight through it.
Unless they go straight through it, but they risk damaging themselves through that, so...
Understood. Send that to the comm department of each vessel, and let's head out.
Forwarding now.
Whoa, computer. Slow down, computer. There we go. Just got to set up the
I'm just imagining that being said on a Starfleet vessel at some point. Someone asked it to do some calculation. Oh, someone says that to Myth. They ask Myth to do a calculation. She just goes off on a tangent, and that's what they say to her.
That's
They weren't even here to hear me say that.
No, I caught that.
Okay.
And then, because you added something to the field.
Does the security department need a sensitivity training? I'm getting this feeling.
What? No.
It seems like maybe. I don't know.
I'm definitely leaning towards maybe having the Doctor take control of the Kismets.
I mean, I would see that as soon as we got into an altercation. Be like, you're better at this.
Is he?
I'm better at shooting things.
Are you?
Yes.
I mean,
No, you don't want me on controls, that's for sure.
Just surgically remove their
Wait.
shipments.
No, have we ever had the Doctor shoot the phasers before? I mean, we won't know until we try, right?
I mean, in theory, a damaging ships is just surgery in reverse.
Listen, if Efrix can outshoot
Macro
Martyr,
surgery.
I'll be impressed.
Yeah,
I
suck
mean-
it. Phasers are just like a laser scalpel.
At long range.
I mean, if I procced, I'm a doctor, not a tactical
Special
genius.
officer.
Medical officer, yeah.
I love the
Stand
idea
by.
that we like encounter one of those giant amoebas or something, and then we have the Doctor on the phasers performing surgery on the amoeba.
I
Somehow.
mean,
I call dibs on that story.
do you even have a doctor on your ship?
Yes, I do actually. He does a lot of work because surprisingly, they do get injured a lot.
well,
That's not
you
surprising.
have Captain Bloodthirsty on your ship, so.
That's true.
I have Captain
Yeah.
Bloodthirsty on the ship on a tactical old ship. Yeah. There are a lot of
Mhm.
hammers and they see everything as nails. Just the way I like it.
We are going.
Vroom.
Something tells me that this Oberth won't exactly want to transport the Chigo back to their people, though. It's just a hint. A thought.
Oh, I'm kind of upset
Yeah.
at them.
Yeah, but if you go back on your deal, they're also going to want compensation.
Yeah. That's true. We can give you an escort to accomplish the second part.
Sounds like you're gonna have to talk me into it.
I have fists, don't worry.
Assaulting Federation citizens. Oh, that's a great start.
It's only if it's recorded.
I mean, we can definitely escort you to the Arcania, to the border, and you can transport them across to a different vessel.
Yep. We'll get to that when we get to that. We've got a different problem.
Oh,
So there's a couple things between here and there, like the fact that I have 4 bugger ships on my tail.
Trying to claim you as salvage while it's a still functioning vessel. That's new.
It's going to be salvaged here in a second. Give them
Yeah, I was
time.
gonna say. I
Get
think
my
the
line.
thing is the idea that it won't be functioning when they get there.
Oh, don't worry. Once we get there, they won't be functioning.
I mean, the Yandi, he's tough, but she hasn't been against.
It's an Oberth, please.
It's an Oberth.
Stop
It's been
talking
a-
her up.
It's been around a lot.
It's been around. That doesn't make it tough.
Yeah,
It's built for tough.
I have. A
Thank
piece
you
of
for that
paper.
advertising money, everybody.
I have a piece of paper that's gone from New Zealand to the US. It's not tough. It's just well traveled.
Wait, way to talk down New Zealand paper. Jeez.
It's from China.
I've been everywhere.
I'm not even joking.
Oh god. No, that's what makes it so good. Oh, I forgot that I shared the song list with everyone else. Let's have to dig through it. There it is. Oh, by the way, Yandi, are you at red alert or yellow alert as you're running for it?
Probably red alert and probably attempting pot shots to just kind of scare them away.
Okay.
Did they fire at you yet?
I'm assuming they have been firing me this whole time. If not, I wouldn't fire back. It was under the impression that they were actively shooting me down.
They're chasing you, and they're slowly catching up to you. By the time you get to the intercept point, they'll be in weapons range. It's one of those like you caught wind of what they wanted and went nope and ran. And
Okay.
they weren't quite expecting you to do that, so it took them a bit to build up power and chase you. Unfortunately, you're an Oberth. You can't outrun these things. They have way better engines. They have better engines than Starfleet has, so that's just not a fair chase.
It's a funny chase, though.
I would probably still be doing pot shots, trying to like blind their sensors or scare them off or something.
Like warning shots rather than
Warning
actually trying to
shot.
hit them.
Yeah, warning shots for sure.
Okay, so whoops, it helps if you can see them.
Dude, what kind of nebula is this, by the way?
The sparkly kind.
The Vampire Nebula.
Is a
It's the Twilight Nebula.
Don't make me kick you out the chat.
oh no.
Oh, no.
no.
Guys, what'd you do?
I don't know. It's solely on me, though.
Whoops. No. Stop that. Oh, do I have this on token layer? No wonder this is confusing me.
Oh no, the
Map
nebula's on the
layers
token layer.
are
A bane.
useful but
Horrible.
frustrating tool.
Yeah.
Especially if you
I
forget
use
to do it.
them rarely.
Mm-hmm.
Add map layers?
There. That's easier
There
for
we
me.
go. Yeah. So what does that mean? I'm assuming that I know about the nebula, given
Oh yeah,
Class
I have to pull
4.
I have pulled the stats for it.
What's a Class 4 nebula do?
Increases complication and difficulty of certain tasks based on the type of anomaly. And since it's a nebula, it has certain unless it's anomalous, at which point it can do all kinds of things like spit Borg at you.
What?
I mean, with 8 threat, good fucking luck.
It could be tiny ones. It could be this little cigar one.
It could spit little Borg
Nanite.
drones at us.
It
Just
spits
individual.
it spits out the nanite dogs again.
Yeah. Oh
There
no.
we go. There's my nebula.
I just
Whoop.
tried to look up Star Trek nebula classifications and it just sent me to the nebula class ship.
Yeah.
So, rip. I tried.
Rip.
I realized that Varder should know what nebula it is, given he pulled up the intelligence file on it. Oh my
Yeah, that
God.
would make sense.
Okay, yeah, I
Well,
don't
go in
think the
there.
Chigo are coming through there. Yeah, I don't see the Chigo going through there. I kind of want to see them try though, just so we can see little detonations partway through it.
I mean, you say that.
Just
Early
use
Pen
a
would have
tractor
done
beam to push them in.
that. Yeah, Myth can
That's
attest.
not firing at them.
Myth can attest. Penn would have done that.
Push them in.
Yeah, that's true. You would
Oh,
have.
gone through it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Um,
100%.
Mr. Hagen, you start the combat first. The squadron isn't here yet.
Keep running, boy.
I'm gonna keep running. Let's do. I'm gonna take the con and do a impulse maneuver, or as far forward as I can.
Impulse moves you. Whoops, I should snap so I don't lose track. That's close. That's medium. That's long.
Yep, that works.
Whoop. Use up one power.
And that's the full action, right? Yeah.
No. I do have a slight question, which is how long were we in transit for?
Plot speed.
All right.
But in actuality, it'd be probably actually for the sake of star dates, because that will matter to my tracking. Now that you say that, you guys are moving at your max speed of like 9.7 or so.
9.75.
Yeah.
Near star, I have to do some math because your 2.7 is in the middle of two of my
9.975.
9.97. Yeah.
And
That's
we
our.
could go to 9.985 for 6 hours.
Nah.
That's the Planck and
Kismet.
Kismet. I don't know if we can tow
We
the
can tow
Peltas to
them.
that speed.
I think we can.
I think we towed them at like 9.75 reliably. Like our max speed goes down a little bit, I think. But
So
Fast enough.
fast enough, yeah.
minus- Okay, that fixes it. Roughly 18 and a half hours at max.
So I have a question then, which is, can I try and finish the calculations for the slingshot maneuver in route?
Please.
You have one roll at this.
Okay.
Can I assist?
Which subject do we need to do on it? I think we did the science and the security. It's the engineering bit that needs to be done.
Yeah, I think it's the engineering.
Yeah, could I
You've
assist?
got Vata on your ship.
Where's my notepad?
I like how I came up with this idea thinking it might be useful occasionally. It's been like, we've needed this so many times. Let's get it done.
Uh-huh.
What? No, computer. Computer, no. No, computer. Stop. 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 No, don't save. No, it's fine. Thank you. You're very helpful, computer. Thank you. No, I'm fine. It's not like I'm doing anything.
I hear struggles.
Just
No,
replace
don't do
computer
that.
with myth.
Why would you do that? Okay, there. Now I can organize my. This is what happens when you don't organize yourself. You get into
Yes.
like your own computer. Tiger Squad plans. Aha ha. Wait, what? You didn't get? You had the tractor beam done. Yeah. Part of the reason. Oh, you did finish the reason com one, didn't you?
Mhm, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
when
we
we
finished that one.
So that is done. So
Yeah.
it's just the engineering one you haven't touched at all yet.
Mhm.
Oh no.
I one-shot the last
con
one
one.
though.
That's why I don't have it listed right. Okay.
Yeah, could I assist with this?
Oh, you can, yeah.
4 diff 3. All right.
Mag
Um,
4.
yeah.
Unlikely to do it then.
So, reason engineering.
All I'll put that.
We could get Vada in on this as well because,
Yeah,
again, she's active.
we'll get Vada in on assist as well here. Yeah.
Okay. Reason engineering.
Mm-hmm.
She's not good at that.
All right. Buying.
Hey, go mental.
Yeah.
Go, man.
Buying up to 4.
Yeah, sure.
What's it for?
Slingshot.
Slingshot. I'm working to complete all of it en route.
Warp field dynamics as a.
Yes.
Funnily enough.
Would you allow a starship's focus?
Yes.
Considering it's multiple starships.
I'm gonna say subspace theory, unified field theory, or research here.
Yes.
All right. Rolling 4. All right.
If you can see that.
That's 6 successes, 7 successes.
I think the ship would help.
Second. Vada.
Uh,
Vada didn't help. Vada tried.
The ship does not.
Okay.
No, I rolled.
You rolled
for Vada.
Valish.
Oh, did I?
No, sorry, I
Oops.
rolled Valish. Whoops.
She was.
Whatever. They're both
I was
engineers
like,
that are
I was
active
like,
right
I
now.
didn't think so.
I swapped
Yeah.
where I had their sheets, so I've been clicking on Valish to look at Vada for the longest
Got
time. I don't want to know how long I've been doing that for.
All right, so we are at 7 successes. That means we've got
4 momentum generated.
all right.
6
then-
challenge dice.
Could myself and Vata roll a challenge dice of help?
Unfortunately, no. That's a special thing.
So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 work.
Oh,
I don't think it's helpful necessarily because I wasn't leading, but Vada does have Miracle Worker.
Let me look at Miracle Worker. Hold on.
just to say, whenever you use your engineering on an extended task.
Yeah, it might, because if it's that general, then it fires anyway.
Yeah.
A Miracle Worker, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
To do puzzle repairs, making well things. Whenever you use.
It's general enough to be a GM call.
I would accept it. I've heard it not accepted on other ships, so be cautious else
Okay.
in crossover.
Okay.
But I would take it because of the wording.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So what does that give us here?
A second breakthrough, if you've rolled at least one effect on a challenge die.
And we rolled 1 effect.
So that's 2 breakthroughs out of the
2
4.
breakthroughs. Spend 2 momentum for 2 additional work, filling up the work track.
3 breakthroughs.
3 breakthroughs.
We needed 4.
We needed 4. I'm trying to see if there's any way we can do that.
GM, can I put something towards?
I'm listening.
So with the Starship Expert, we get a bonus momentum which can be used on the obtained information or to pay for an advantage. Could I use that bonus and one from our pool towards the final breakthrough as the advantage?
I'll let you basically have an extra interval to try.
Because
Again.
Where it says create advantage,
Yeah.
it's where the advantage must represent some form of known or observed weakness in. So it's
Right.
clearly
Here, let me look at it then. It's under con, I think, by the sound of it.
Oh yeah, I've got it on my sheet.
Oh, you have it on your sheet. You have it on your sheet. Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, I've been fully putting them in.
Tick, 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 tick. What Starship Experts? What you're looking
Yes.
at? Oh.
Because we're kind of looking at trying to
I
overcome the
gotta
weakness.
say no.
No, that's fine.
Because you're. Yeah, I gotta say no.
We could spend 2 in general to cut down on intervals. as
In
an
this case,
advantage.
yes, I'd let you have the advantage of you guys are going into the midnight hours to get this done.
Listen,
Alright.
Pan, you're
Technically,
becoming a
breakthrough, you still-
projectile.
You still have to roll. I'm gonna up the difficulty to at least 2.
And
Okay.
can the same people who assisted last time assist again?
Yep. And
So it's difficulty 2, magnitude 1.
Here,
Work track is full.
I'll fix it in the Discord. And actually added some resistance too, because why not?
All right.
Wait, that's not resist 2. That's a lie. That's a lie. It's resist 1. There we go.
Cool. Buying 1 die. Actually, I'm gonna say not spending momentum. I'll give 1 threat for an extra die here.
Okay.
Since I'm doing recent engineering.
Whoops.
Hmm.
There we go.
3. All right, that's 5 successes. 6 successes.
Nope. She's not very reasonable.
No.
She's trying to rub her elbows all over it.
Still full momentum.
Yeah, and Vada hasn't even helped yet. Is Efrix here still?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Hey.
So that's 1 float.
It was a diff 2, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep. All right. Rolling 6 challenge dice.
That's enough.
That's 2, 4, 6, 8 work.
Okay.
Not enough to get a breakthrough.
Oh, look. Those are all extra breakthroughs. We broke through
Yeah.
the broke through.
Yep.
We've perfected it.
The Peltist is now living up to its name.
So you do have the slingshot maneuver ready to fire.
Yes. I am way more happy about this than Myth is.
This is going to go terribly.
It's going to go
Agreed.
fantastically. We just
We're
fling
all
the
gonna
Peltist.
die.
We just throw the Peltist directly into the Yandi and just solve that problem entirely.
Yeah. Now they're all scrap. All right.
So let's go to this.
Sorry to interrupt there, but I figured
Oh,
if
no,
we
no,
had
no.
time.
Oh, I love that this is done now.
Just so I keep track of the maze here. Yes. Oops, you can see that. Two power levels, friends.
Varzer, however, is very happy about this.
There
See,
you
you
are.
all say that, but I'm the only player on the ship being launched.
I know.
Mhm.
This is where you whiff on the roll and
And-
throw 'em into the nebula.
Varder's just like, hell yeah, a suggestion of mine is actually apparently gonna work, and we did it. I need to send this to the militia friends I have. Yo, remember this tactic? We're doing it with ships 10 times that size.
Oh, hello there.
They're going to hang on to their turn and lock tractor beam.
And then the Peltist appears beside them, and they're like, oh no.
Actually, I forgot what these guys are. You go back here. They don't lock on tractor beam. They do something way meaner.
Oh.
Is it opening fire?
Yes. Because it's firing at the Yendi's engines.
Yeah.
Well, now we have a good excuse to hit them.
We had a good excuse to hit them anyway.
Now we have a defensible excuse to hit them.
Claiming
Bye,
salvage
die.
rights on a crude Federation citizen vessel within Federation space.
Yeah, but now they fired first.
Didn't fire first.
I think that's
It
a
fire-
miss.
Oh, it needed to be that close to actually use that more power than I thought. I forgot that their weapons are actually the traders have to be up close on people anyway. So I actually used that more power than I thought. There we go. No, don't do that. There we go. It unloads with a phased polaron cannon at the engine at the nacelles of the Yendi and misses.
Good.
Okay. That's a thing.
I'm guessing someone suddenly warp slingshots onto the scene.
For 2 momentum, it can.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
This Defiant class moving at like warp 9.993 whatever.
At Mach fuck.
Yeah.
The scientific term.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is this
So-
on the wrong?
The Pell test has gone plaid.
Yep.
The Pell test has gone plaid.
The pulse is just like, whoop.
Ludicrous speed. Go.
It can appear anywhere in the highlighted area.
Oh, boo.
I think you're arriving a turn before we do.
Oh,
Yeah,
I-
you're right.
yeah.
You're arriving like this round instead of next at the top of next round.
I'd be as close as possible.
Okay. Well, let's put you on there. So, you arrive in the scene. It is your turn currently as you tumble out of warp and manage and you see the situation ahead of you.
I would like to open communications to all Chicagoan ships.
Channel open.
Chicagoan free traders, you are operating in Federation space, firing upon Federation citizens and vessels. This will be your one warning. Cease, desist, and leave. Again, you will not get another warning.
The next call is always to surrender your ships and souls.
Or warn that all further activity will be considered like pirate activity or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably a good
kinda.
addition. Yeah.
If you continue along this act, you will be considered pirates and will be fired upon.
Presence command. Difficulty. Ooh.
Because from their end, they vastly outnumber and have technological superiority. They don't know that there's backup coming.
Will you allow composure? Because I'm not bluffing.
But you are
no, because you're not
temporarily alone.
bluffing.
He's not bluffing, but his backup's a little bit of way behind him.
Oh no, I thought
take
that
that.
was composed.
I'll take it so you don't sound like you don't make it. You don't overstate the case. The other way around. It's like you're not sounding so confident that they don't believe you.
I mean, to be fair, if it doesn't work, I was just going to swift task and fire quantum torpedoes at the one behind the Andy.
Oh my god. That's disgusting.
Then they would know I am not messing around.
Oh, I love and hate that at the same time.
Wouldn't
GM,
that hurt the Yandy?
Only if they miss.
I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice, GM.
Okay.
You gain 5.
It's a nice medal.
Yeah, when it does
And it-
more than one fucking die.
Yeah. And it also makes us make that risk. Like, we've got the option, so we take the risk.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a nice mechanic. I like it.
Yeah, I like it mechanically too, from
So
a design
I'm
perspective.
rolling 5. Ooh.
Oof.
So I'm gonna roll the
Is there a
ship
reroll there?
first. I've got a reroll, but I'm gonna roll the ship first. God damn ship.
Oh no!
God damn ship. Those are just two
That's
20s.
nice.
I would like to spend a value.
Which value?
Would you accept I am the calm in the storm, or I've been through worse?
Give me a quick insight command difficulty 1 or insight con if that's better. I have a suggestion.
Command's a little better.
Wow, that's a weird thing to hear.
As part of the new reputation rules, it is more beneficial to you to invoke one of your directives because one of them does apply here.
Okay. Do I gain momentum for that?
You do because it was a roll I called for, so you gain 2 momentum from that.
Then yeah, I'll call on my directives. Let me just look up what the directives were. So many goddamn documents.
And while you're doing that, I'll get myself a drink so I don't start another coughing fit that you can't hear.
Is it from one of the Discord
one of the main ones.
messages? Yeah, I'm just looking for all the different ones here. Sorry.
Yeah.
So is it from the Discord message or if one's off Roll20?
The one up here, the one in the Discord one. I pointed like you could see that. It's in the Discord message.
We have to supply a safe route to ships.
I'll give this to you. The main directive is maintain interplanetary peace and security of the sector. They are breaking that peace.
Well, yeah, true.
They're attacking your ships in your space. Like, stop that.
So would you accept that as a determination spend?
I would. Yep. That's spending toward a directive, which can be used instead.
I'm going to reroll
Right.
3. So that's 6. I'll spend 2 to squash the comp.
Roll for me 6 challenge dice.
Jesus. Spend 1 to reroll 3.
Okay.
Nice reroll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Would I be able to, like, prod the GM? Would I need to, like, pierce that or spend anything extra?
Nope. You are going to stress out at least one of the ships into thinking that it's demoralized at this point. It doesn't feel particularly confident about how this fight's going to go. So it's going to be at increased difficulty to continue fighting. But it's not enough that it's willing to give up at this stage. But it is everything it's doing is now harder because the crew's heart isn't in it. They're only doing it because they're ordered to. But you can kind of see that lead ship isn't quite. It looks like it's not pursuing nearly as hard. It looks like it keeps wanting to veer off, like it's checking to see what's behind it. It sees the other ships and kind of comes back on course again. Every once in a while, you kind of see it veering, like it wants to go that way. But it's like, quick scan, maybe not.
I'm just thinking, would it be worthwhile to swift task and make a show of force, like raise weapons and just, I don't know, make a big spectacle
It might be more advantageous to keep your actions because they'll have more of them in this round.
Yeah.
You could theoretically spend more momentum to add extra damage, as it were, to see if that, because that's just from taking an injury effectively, socially. Their stress track hasn't been filled. Thing is, you don't know what how much it needs, so
Yeah.
you'd have to spend and find out until you hit it. Would be the danger of that.
Would spending for piercing matter?
It wouldn't. They don't have resistance. It's just a matter of they have enough stress that they can withstand being stressed out. And that amount of 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 isn't enough to make them to break their stress track of the commanding officer on this ship, because they're the one that's closest to you.
I mean, I could either spend straight momentum or attempt to just roll again and attempt to hit him again.
Yeah, you could do that.
People have a preference?
Rolling again, you'll get more hits off on him. But if it doesn't work, then you can't shoot him. Well, you can. You could keep the initiative and then shoot him, but...
I'd prefer to not fire, so maybe try and roll again and force them to just break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you can force them to break, and rolling again seems like it would be a more certain way to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Swift
2 momentum
task.
for swift task. Okay.
Yes.
So the difficulty would go down 1 because they're demorale, but goes back up 1 because you're swift tasking.
Awesome.
So it's still
You keep it
5.
even.
Yeah.
Still diff 5. Take 4 threat, and I'll spend 2 moment. Actually, no, take 5 and 1. I'll re-roll because they're bold. Get the ship. Don't fuck me over this time. Hey! There's 5.
All right. You got your 5, so roll for me 6 challenge dice. It's all 0.
Was I rolling insight command? I was.
Would that have hit any better? That 0 was a 14 and a 19.
Yes, that would have been a 14, so that would have been an extra 1.
Yeah, so momentum gain. Yeah. So. Oops, I need to keep track that they're red anyway. So they're gonna break. You can see that it's very obvious they're getting ready to warp out of the system. Like you can already see them banking like they're ready to run.
I think that's probably it for now. It'll probably take a bit of movement for all 3 of those ships to move up, and by that time, the Plank and the Kismet should arrive and make the point well known of don't start a fight.
Don't start nothing. They won't mean nothing.
Turn goes back to them unless you want to keep and have the Peltis crew or the Yendi crew try to do something.
Don't we have quick to action?
They're not present in the scene.
Not yet.
Do the Yendi want to try and move again to get behind the Peltist?
That'd be a second con task. Yes, would I be able to do that?
The captain can't, but you can use your NPC crew, and you have turns equal to
My scale, so
your scale.
3.
And this would be the first time your NPC crew is doing something. So you stepped in, did your thing, and then someone's going to take your chair, and then they'll do it.
Okay, I guess that'll work.
So spending 2 to keep the initiative.
So you can't. Impulse would get you here. Nope. Impulse would get you like in contact range with them, or here.
So what are the 5 hex? Okay. We could pull up alongside them here. And that's just another power.
Yep.
Cool.
I'll move you. Keep you within your own ring of influence. Well, this isn't good. Goes to the enemy. You, friend, you need to do something back there.
Yes.
Hmm. The cruiser warps up right behind the guy who led the charge. It's one of his turns. This guy technically took a turn. I have to remember. Took 2 turns, actually. Goes back to you guys. Yendi used one of its crew turns. Penn used one of his, so now it's just left to your crew to do things for the rest of the round until reinforcements get into the system.
Maybe doing the thing to give yourself damage resistance.
Yeah.
I was thinking about modulating my shields.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly that.
Alright. I shall modulate my shields.
Hold on. Let me get that. The map player makes my life easier.
Which, let me double check here, is a ops, not ops.
Control engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by structure engineering, and
Modulate
it
shields.
Modulate shields
security.
control security.
control security.
Plus structure engineering, diff 2.
Alright.
And,
Structure engineering isn't bad. So
If successful, ship resistance increases by 1 plus an additional 1 per momentum spent.
probably not gonna get a bunch of momentum off this.
Find out.
Or
I'm just reading out the full thing so you know what it does.
or would evasive maneuvers be better?
Evasive maneuver, harder to hit you. Resistances, they hit you, you take less damage, so your call.
Base
Which
action
one?
would cost you 1 power, diff would be 2, daring con plus structure con.
I'd say that it's more beneficial to do the damage resistance first, and then if you don't get hit before your next opportunity to act, do the evasive
Then-
after,
Then do
because then you
evasive.
can
Yeah.
continue evasive. Because of how evasive works, you have to continue doing it. Whereas you don't
Okay,
have to
that makes
continue doing damage resistance.
Let's do a modulate shields.
Okay.
So that is 1 crew task, and there's no momentum on the table.
Nope.
Spend a few threat.
I'll spend 1 threat at 4/3 dice, at least.
I mean, I did try to generate some, but I was primarily trying to get the ship right behind you to stop shooting you.
You knocked out a ship, essentially.
You knocked out a ship, so I'll take it.
Oh no. The
No,
doesn't
you-
fire.
Ship doesn't fire. I get nothing.
Hurt, actually. Wow, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Unless you have a reroll in your pocket, bad things.
Can't actually see the Yandi's shields either, by the way.
Nope, I got nothing.
Should be able to see them though.
I can see the bars. I can't see the numbers.
Shields are 11 out of 11.
Okay.
Power's 9 out of 11.
Okay.
So no reroll.
I got nothing.
You lose 1 power, and you burn off power trying to modulate the shields, but nothing happens.
Okay. Not the worst thing that happened. Just par for my luck today.
Does the crew of the Pelters get to go?
It does. Sorry, you could have kept initiative there. My bad.
Oh no, you can keep the action you did. I was just trying to remember because I've got the NPC ship as well, haven't I?
You have one of the NPC ships.
And you've got what? How many things?
I've
4,
got
3.
3, and I've got 3 named NPCs.
Yep.
Oh, don't named NPCs eat player turns?
They eat player turns.
I mean, you're not here yet this turn, so
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, you could use player turns to activate them. That's true.
we have a engineer, a
Tachibana.
tactical, and a con officer, and there's 3 other players here.
Durable,
Oh.
Hux, and Tachibana.
Yeah, that is true. You know?
I'll grab Tachibana for the round, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Let's do something different. I'll take Bucks.
All right.
Bucks,
That's
you.
And
You hate Vesh though. You hate her name.
Yeah.
Hate everything
just-
about her.
I hate this character that I made.
but considering they've all been used before, anything they do now, they get to add to the sheets.
Yep.
Woo.
Oh, this is Tachibana's 3rd activation
Yes.
since his whole redemption thing. So
So who wishes to
Fuck up.
act? As all the crew gets ready to leans a little more seriously in their seats, realizing that the Peltas got way ahead of the fleet, and now they're kind of facing off with a very unhappy and uncooperative fleet ahead of them.
Yeah.
well, on the captain's orders.
Yeah.
I'm just going to read over the ops position and task for a second. One moment.
Self-destruct is one of them, isn't it?
Yeah, where's the we're joining you and destroy the Yandi so they can get the salvage.
It's more diplomatically advantageous.
I'm not even sure. The Yandi could probably go and move behind us so the Peltas has more freedom to stay in the front line without getting too much closer.
I mean, kind of, because let's say Con could do evasive action, Tactical could fire a warning shot, and Veth could either just try to think of any good engineering tasks.
I know. I'm like, I don't.
So if we do the other tasks first, we can do a restore power task for engineering.
You can actually restore power past your starting max. It's just that at
Oh,
the
yeah,
start
that's
of the
it.
next scene, it sets back to your max. But you can always overcharge.
We could overcharge.
Yeah, so if
That's how Scotty does that BS 120% warp core thing. But that's a Star Trek.
Yeah.
So we've kind of got 3 tasks available if people want to choose who goes first.
You guys want the extra power
I think
first, or
let's-
do you just want me to do it later?
Let's do it first, because then we can dump it into things like firing. If we do fast
Okay.
first.
Well, I was thinking that when we fire, it's more. We obviously aim, but we aim as a warning shot.
Yeah, let's just fire a spurt of quantum torpedoes as a warning shot.
No, you get it like fire it off
Yeah.
the port bow and stuff, just to let them know this is what we can do.
Yeah. And does that
Pencil
have?
is definitely better. I don't think she has a.
No, I think she's pretty bare at the moment.
Yeah.
But the more she's used, the better she gets. So
Well, that's kind of
Crewman.
why.
Well, she's
First
like
class.
she's like a repair thing. That's what she does.
But that's kind of why I put
Uh,
all three of them on the Peltis, so they could constantly get use.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Hey,
I made it.
What's assisted? Oh no, the ship doesn't assist on this, does it?
Nope. But you do generate 1 power, so you're actually at 11 of 10.
Awesome.
For each additional, well, you don't have no momentum here, but you can spend additional threat to give yourself even more power.
yes, 20 threat.
It's 1 to 1.
Maybe one more.
Could do. Yeah, sure.
So yeah, take a threat for one more.
12 of 10.
All right.
Think
Turn
they
goes
can
to
go.
them, I presume.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we're not in a huge rush.
We're actually taking our time and hoping they take theirs.
They warp into position. Goes back to you.
Do we want the Peltist to go, or do we want the Yandi to move behind the Peltist? Like here or something?
I think we have the Yandi go evasive, right? Unless they already did that and I missed it.
They haven't gone evasive yet, no.
Keep in mind this is their last move because they're scale 3.
I was gonna say, if they just
they scale
move
3?
further,
I think-
it'd be unlikely for anything to reach them.
Scale 3.
And also-
Yeah, I think just maneuvering behind the Peltas has to be the best move. Unless,
And
again,
not right next
Peltas,
to it.
feel free to
No,
feel free to take any turn.
the idea is to get you out of harm's way while we cover.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you can just there,
Yeah. Impulse or maneuvers.
Impulse will get you 3. Sorry. Maneuver will get you 3. Impulse gets you 4 or 5.
I
you
still
could go
have
to
some
3
power.
and keep power.
I'm doing okay on power.
Okay.
You know what? Let's just do impulse, 1 power, and go to this square.
Do you actually want to move 5? Like you want to go past that?
Yeah.
I can
could-
shift the map over. That's not a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, we can shift the map over.
So I'm gonna move the map, the relevant people over 3. Just give me a moment to reposition everybody. Move these guys back. They're not going backwards, so let's just move it even further. Game. I'm clicking. No.
They're not going backwards yet.
1. Whoops.
Soon.
Yeah, I think
2,
the Peltas'
3.
next action would be possibly to fire an area of torpedoes as warning shots. That alongside the whole trying to scare them off could be helpful.
So you're going here?
They have a turn first, unless we're keeping the initiative.
Don't think we desperately need to.
Yandi?
Yeah, just dead behind the Peltas.
Whoop. He's up on power to impulse further into the lane, as it were. That is the last of the.
No, I already accounted for the impulse, so I would be at 7.
Oh, you're at 7? Okay, sorry.
We're double mathing. It's cool.
Goes to them. This one is going to try to get some power back. Because they used quite a bit trying to warp after you, and you're getting further and further away from them. Let's throw quite a bit at this because we want this to work. Gain 2 threat.
Oh, I just realized something I wasn't even thinking about with the slingshot thing. Is that once it's happened, the Kismet and the plank can just bump up to their maximum speed.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I was just like, oh wow. This is just like the perfect combination of ships for this, really.
It really is.
Power ratings increase from the center ship as it seems to be reorienting its power. The signature is so much that it seems to be overcharging its power systems. Turn goes back to you. Did I put them on the map player? I did. No, I didn't. Where are they? Are they in the GM
Correct.
layer? You can't see them.
We can see the ships.
No, you can't see these people though.
Oh,
They were in the GM layer.
yes, they were.
All right. So we do torpedo spread.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a quantum torpedo spread off like in an area for all of them, not to hit them, but as warning shots.
The only people you could area and even do it even as a warning shot would be these two together. But this guy's already broken. They're kind of spread out in such a way that they're not easily affected by area assaults.
Then would you allow a spread warning shot on the center one, like multiple ones just going off all around it purposely?
Yeah, you're purposely spreading to spook them a little bit. Well, salvoing to spook them, which still gives me 3 threat because we're firing a bunch of torpedoes.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Somewhere in the background.
Minor action to load up the quantums.
Yep.
And then the relevant officer will fire. Difficulty for this shot will be increased by 1 because you're actively trying to hit close enough to spook them, but just enough to make it miss.
All right. We still do not have any momentum, correct? Yeah.
Yep. So that's base would be diff 4, increase to diff 5.
I've got the
Oof.
ship, and this
All
is
right.
1 power. Correct?
I think
no,
torpedoes don't cost power.
power. Yeah, they don't cost power.
Oh, awesome.
Let's see.
Have
Should I go for 4 dice here?
If you want to go for it, because like the ship's rolling a 17.
Oh wait, sorry, you're not using up on the friggin' their turns. You're using Tachibana, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm rolling a 14 here.
you have a
I could also spend determination for successes and then just roll 3.
I'll leave that up
Gives
to
him
you.
less threat. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll spend determination towards the value. We are not born for ourselves alone. A part of us is claimed by our nation, another part by our friends.
Okay, yeah.
All right, and then rolling 3, giving you a threat, or 2 threat rather, for an extra die.
Yeah, that's right, because we don't have any momentum for cautious.
Yep.
Which is, yeah.
And focus in tactical systems.
Y'all.
Well, that's 4.
Pull up ship, there we go.
Yeah,
Get
there
a
we go.
momentum even.
And because that was a salvo,
Whoops.
So-
That's right.
shall I roll it as in kind of stress damage, like social stress? Not
Yep,
natural.
same idea.
So,
You're rolling like not challenge dice as opposed to it being a torpedo hit. So.
Yeah. So I need to roll
So
2 more. Then should we re-roll all those zeros?
Please?
6.
Yeah, let's.
Yes.
6 challenge dice.
There we go.
Nice.
Good gravy. 1, 2,
Which-
3, 4, 5, 6.
We're also going past the
10,
broken
12.
ship, and they're just kind of like, no.
Yeah, I kind
Just
of
like
like it due
Quantum's
to the.
whizzing past.
I like the Diff 5. We're just purposely just pinging it all around the ship, just showing we can hit you. We're choosing not to.
Mm-hmm. The first one explodes off the ground like they can't aim. The second one explodes just slightly closer.
As they realize that you are firing quantum torpedoes, which is what they're loaded with. They have advanced versions, but no, they know what a quantum is. They know what a quantum torpedo is. That they know that hurts them. That spooks them quite a bit. This ship looks. You can already hear it giving us subspace communications to its the free traders to come back aboard. They're calling for retreat.
Nice.
I think we can let the turn pass on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are going to. You still might shoot me, so I better not assume you're not going to do that because you might salvage me. So I am
Damn right we will.
I mean, to be fair, all we communicated was to not continue this course of action. We
Wait a
yeah, but
second.
you're dirty aliens with weird ways, and maybe that whole Unified Federation of Planets thing's a lie.
So wait,
It-
we captured one of these, right? Before?
One of the free traders, yeah. I think, or was it one of the cruisers? I forget.
We captured a cruiser.
Oh, you got a cruiser.
So
Yep.
did we have free traders in that cruiser?
There would have been, yep.
I'm sorry, that just makes the number of ships captured go up, and that I love that.
By 3 actually, because it would have 3 traders aboard.
We captured 4 ships.
Because the traders are kind of like they're runabouts, but a lot of people fly around in those traders independently.
I'm sorry, that's just funny to me. Oh, that
I
is-
want to modulate, so
I'm happy with that.
I'll buy a die. I should be able to hit this. Oh, I might need the ship to do it. Yep. Oh, modular shield does not fire. Oh, there goes one of your turns, friend. Back to you.
maybe evasive actions.
Attack
Yeah.
run for more stress.
Well, actually, let me phrase it this way before I continue the combat. Is your intention to pursue them if they flee?
No.
Okay. The combat can't stop here because that's all they're gonna do. They're gonna if they're gonna turn around, and run away.
They're
Well-
gonna turn up, start running away. The other 2 will show up, and they're like, "Oh, we made a good call to run away now."
Yeah, like I said, the communication was obviously stop what you're doing, leave, or we will obviously result to combat. This entire display from the Pelters was, we can destroy you, don't do this.
So we coulda, we didn't, but we coulda.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like just before they leave, the other 2 ships show up, and the Chigo are like, "Ah, we made a good call."
Open communications to the Andy.
Yandy here.
I don't think you'll be having any more issues with this group of Chigoans. Do you require escort to the station?
If you don't mind, and at least get me back to the border, that'd be helpful.
You're inside Federation territory.
Yeah, you're well inside.
You've been it for like half a sector, for like
Half the sector.
half a sector, actually. Yeah.
Alright.
Very well. I will be instructing the Plank, Peltus, and Kismet to escort you back to the Ericania. What damage do you currently have?
Surprisingly, none. They are trying to take the ship wholesale. Apparently, salvage isn't worth it if you have to weld it back together.
Well, that's good
Yeah,
news. Hopefully, the plank and the kismet should be able to get us both within their warp bubble, and should be able to pick up a bit of speed.
We'll appreciate it.
We 100% should not slingshot no Earth.
Please no.
For science.
Yeah, let's just, for science, see if we can slingshot you through the nebula.
Blinded me with science.
But yeah, be ready for instructions, and I'll contact the plank and the kismet and inform them of the new convoy back to the social system.
You're all heading back. Whoops.
The most well-protected Earth in the Federation.
Mm-hmm.
Stop that computer. There. What is the Peltis intending to do?
Oh, I'll be traveling with them.
Oh, okay. So you're all heading back.
I mean, because we
I
also,
have to, how far do these ones run?
It looks like they are fleeing all the way back. So that threat is completely gone because they just run. Like nope. We're not even gonna.
We're not paid enough for this.
So they've like left
We
the
could threaten.
operational
Sure.
area.
Yeah, they've left the operational area. They're not going to be anywhere
Power
near you for the next while.
I mean, I think the only thing after this would be loading up the Chigoans we have on the Yandi, escorting them to the next group, and trying
over here.
to transport the Chigoans over and asking them to leave.
Hell, even to keep within the boundary of our orders, we could wait just a quick jump outside of the sector. It's like, okay, the trader can do its thing. If the trader needs help, the Yandi needs help, and like these guys decide to do the same stuff the other guys did, we could then jump in. But if we don't show up initially, it would help with our don't antagonize them, maybe.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, we'll be able to jump in if the Yandi needs help, but the initial
I'll put the power
idea
deck back down to 10.
Because new scene. Yeah, you're right. You're probably not read it anymore.
it's staying red until it gets inside the starbase.
It's way smaller than that. Oop. So eventually the Yandi
Obers.
pulls in. Does the rest of the fleet pull in, or are you guys like purposely hanging out outside of your own star system?
Oh, no, yeah, we're in the same star system, I bet.
Yeah,
no,
There's no need to hang around outside.
I mean, if not required on the station, the Pelters would damn near always be doing patrols.
I mean, I
So
assume the other vessels are doing patrols as well, but actually, we've got to transfer well-supplied stuff to the Yandi for the Chigo guy.
Yeah.
Like, here's that salvage agreement. Yep, here you go.
And I mean, the contact with the executive can be a Grennan thing next week.
Yeah.
The plank probably docks with the station.
Oh,
Does anyone show up for the meeting between the captain of the Yendi and the Chigoans before they go on their merry way?
probably. It's just here's what we've. It's like
Right.
you just
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's a scene that will matter because it's an NPC that you might want to know about. Varder's gonna go.
Maybe
Who
the
else?
people who were there previously, like who talked to
Doctor
Onbis Sakar.
and Mr. Shiny,
Mr.
Mr. Clean.
Mr.
Mr.
Clean. Oh
Clean.
no.
No.
I'm
He's a
changing his
Delton.
name. I'm changing his name.
No.
Again, do we have to have a conversation about sensitivity in the security department?
I think we do.
Just
I think Kismet Security Department needs sensitivity training.
just report it to the most senior most officer. He'll deal with it.
Ah!
No, I mean report it to
I
me. I'm the
don't want to
senior
know.
officer.
I don't want to know how Pen will do sensitivity training.
Technically, I think I'm the senior most officer on the ship.
At the moment, yes.
Then yeah, you tell him how to goddamn act. You're the boss.
So yeah, you see a Betazoid. What does this guy look like actually? Because there's the picture, but what
Oh,
kind
it's
of?
a
He's not in
Betazoid, never
Starfleet
mind,
uniform.
never mind.
Yeah, not in Starfleet uniform. Kind of a white pressed shirt, dark pants, and kind of casual civilian wear, and kind of has a rolling step.
Nice. Betazoid. Psionic. Great.
Hmm.
That's helpful for things.
Hi.
He says with his mind.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that.
Please don't. Hey, are you one of the uh Starfleet guys who saved my ass back there?
That'd be a way to put it, yeah. Lieutenant Commander Varder, acting captain for the Kismet.
Hagen and Colel Hagen.
And that's Dr. Efrix, Lieutenant Commander, and Ensign Ilso. Mr. Clean.
I just saw it.
Murder.
I also just saw it.
Anyway, we're talking with these gentlemen here just before and found out they arranged transport on your vessel. And we've got various things to transfer to your vessel as cargo for them. Assuming that will be all fine. And they probably talked to you about it. Maybe. They might not have given the situation. If you're still planning on doing it.
These guys are gonna pay instead of stealing my ship. I'm up for it.
They were mentioning earlier that it was free, yeah.
Oh, freeze relative.
Free is relative. Well, that would be between you and them, but if you're still going to do it,
Well,
can.
everyone needs something, so might as well help out where I can, and maybe I'll get something in return.
Yeah. You'll probably want that room first. He'll point to the one with this guy. Like, he's the most level-headed, accepting one of the crew.
Okay.
Least racist.
I was trying to word it nicely.
Yeah, the least xenophobic.
All right, I'll go to the door and open it.
The door does not open. It is locked.
I
Press
ring
the
the
doorbell.
bell. Yeah.
Chimes. Eventually, the door opens and you're face to face, well, face to chest, more like, with Chigoan.
I'm Captain Hagen of the Yandi. I understand that you require air transport back to your space.
Yes, that is true. Me and my fellow scavengers are looking for travel back to civilization.
Oof.
Frontier one's not too far away from someone's civilization or another. I'm sure we can get you there.
Very good. Your craft does not require a refit of its dilithium crystal matrix. It did not shatter on the way here.
Ticker are still going. That was a euphemism.
Yes, we are familiar with your euphemisms. a crude way to establish communication when unable to communicate in the thoroughness of one's vocabulary. We will forgive you this. Is your ship ready to go now?
Uh, uh, as I understand it, there's still some of your cargo to be brought on board, but after that, we can leave as soon as you are ready.
Good, good. He takes something off his belt and looks like his mandibles kind of almost crush it, like it squeezes, and you can hear beeps coming off of it. As you see other Dragoans starting to step out of the nearby rooms.
Oh, and Siska, they're not going. Any other
Oh,
Chigoan,
hello.
any other Chigoan vessels aren't going to try and claim his ship as salvage, are they?
Claim it as salvage? I suppose it's old and antiquated enough. I might be mistaken as such, but only by the most base pirate and thief.
There was a misunderstanding.
But
We'll just leave it at that.
certainly, we shall leave it at that. I'm not paying for your troubles. However, were you able to repel these pirates? I want to be sure that your ship is up to the task of spacefaring in this untamed wild territory.
She doesn't look like much, but that the Yandi can get in and out of trouble in equal measure.
Lieutenant Commander Varder, you are a expert in tactical and starship weaponry, yes?
You could say that, yes.
Would you say that this captain is lying?
I give you a glare.
It doesn't even acknowledge you. It looks right at Varder like a total jerk.
like
I'm giving Carter a glare.
Oh.
I am
Don't say anything.
90% sure an Oberth couldn't fend off a wet paper bag. This is out of character. I'm not saying that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had to clarify. Varder's not actually saying.
Out of character.
I'm pretty sure Oberth couldn't fend off a wet paper bag. Am I wrong?
Insight, con, or security difficulty 2.
Okay. Because I just remember them as the ship that always blows up. Insight,
I
security.
mean, there was the one time they got stuck in an asteroid.
Tactical systems.
I'll give you that, yeah, given that you're making a tactical evaluation.
Yeah. It's a security thing. You get a threat.
Hooray!
There we go.
So, you recall what the Yandi looked like on your sensors. It's going to show up at the top of the screen here in a second.
Oh, yes.
Top of your screen, top of the thing, you know what I mean. Top of the list in Roll20. Boop.
I see it. Okay, let's see what you are. Pathfinder and Recon Ops. Okay. That doesn't sound like a traitor. Oh. Okay. His specific class of vessel with the refits done to it, it would be capable of defending itself. For a extended duration, no, but for a duration long enough for other vessels to arrive in assistance, yes.
Present security difficulty 2, because you're being accurate. That is the strategy for an Oberth, especially with improved warp drive. It's like, I'll run whatever's trying to kill me and shoot back until reinforcements find me.
Yeah. Presence.
Oberths don't go deep space missions for a reason.
I think I just lost my focus. I don't have one for that. I don't think. No.
could I interject and assure them that the Yandi is perfectly spacefaring and capable of defending
You can
itself and get from point A and point B just fine, and there'll be no worries. And
first you can assist. Yeah,
Yeah, and
Okay.
a threat because it's still a security, so reroll is good.
y'all. Oops,
Still
that's
made it.
wrong.
Look at that.
can I get a focus in bargaining?
At complication, I'll give you a
Improvisation?
discount. Hmm.
Focus in improv?
I'll take it. Yeah, as you start inventing interesting ways you could use your ship on the top of your head.
Yep.
Trying to impress him.
Barter is probably not impressed.
He's like, I know your ship.
Oh,
Well, it's like
probably
you
not.
hear it and you're like, the ship. You're like, oh, okay, your ship could do that, but it's a bit of a reach.
It could if you had a very skilled person at that station. That
In a pinch, you
Hey.
could we could time travel away from the threats. It's like, well, yeah, you
Hey, I'm that
could.
skilled person. Also, something Kelso runs something 12 parsecs.
What the? Whoops, works better if I roll two of them. Gain 3 momentum.
nice.
Very well. Well, I believe that we will begin boarding aboard your ship then, Captain Hagen, and we will be able to discuss the particulars along the way about future endeavors. And if we should run into more pirates, let us do the talking. Your meager understanding of our cultural sophistication is probably what got you into that mess in the first place.
Jaw clenches, but very well. Well, I'll leave you to talk to your own people.
It's like, I don't need to be sonically aware to tell he's irritated. Captain Hagen,
Yes.
it would be possible for you to have the 10th Expeditionary Fleet's first home survey and defense squadron.
You keep that on a data chip?
No, that's just our name. It's very long-winded. Either shadowing you to the so that we could be quickly able to render assistance, or not, as you would wish. Or at least we can bring this suggestion to our commander.
I appreciate the help you gave me earlier, but I assure you we'll be just fine out there in the black.
All right. Well, you know where the station is, and we're starting to sit up around here, and hopefully help all the colonies and people here. So if you can let people you know or other traders know that this is a in-business place, so to say, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, as sticking a starbase out here certainly makes it more civilized.
Yeah. Don't go to deck 23 yet. We're still remodeling it from the Orions.
Orions, eh?
Yeah. They don't need it anymore. Me assuming it's not classified that we took this thing from the Orions.
It's not now.
I don't imagine it would have been in the first place.
No. Not really, no.
I mean, the base would have been of Orion design in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I've
I
got nothing else
suppose
for you,
those of
Captain.
you can and stay nearby. I'm not sure if having these buggers on my ship would even be a guarantee of my safety. So
Well, they have quite a large number of, or large amount of salvage, which will be it's currently being moved to your vessel. So, in the interest of profit, I think you're probably safe. If I understand the Chigo at all, I'll give Ilso a look like I've got this right. Yeah. You're-
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just waxing my head.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything to say back to that.
Wow.
Well played, Mr. Ilso.
Polish rag gets them every time. Anyway.
Straight face just doesn't react to the response.
Self-appreciating humor always wins.
Squeaky, squeaky. Anyway.
Squeaky clean. There's a reason we call him Mr. Clean.
So,
To be honest, as I don't trust these guys much longer. They've been nothing but trouble this entire air sector. But I got this contract before I ran into the trouble out there. So as soon as they're off my ship, I'm leaving. Probably gonna go core word and check out one of the sectors up there.
Well, as it, if you can let friends of yours know, or if we could convince you to stay within Federation borders and act as an independent trader in this region of space.
Oh, there's no fun in that. But what exactly are you looking to trade for?
I have that answer somewhere. It's we have in this section of space a variety of colonies. Well, new colonies always need a various supply of materials, food, entertainment, even. In the source of course, devices or some other thing you might be able to have. They each have their own wants. And if you're out here, you would be one of the few traders out here, which could be quite beneficial to yourself.
Haven't done free trade in a while. Mostly I work in cartography, but
Blank blink for a second as he thinks what cartography means.
I make star charts of unexplored space.
Right. Yes.
Because in order to get out here, you kind of have to know what's already out here. Find asteroids, find planets, mineral deposits. It's astronavigational phenomena, and lay them out here for Starfleet to flag and tag for everyone else.
Well, there's still plenty of that to be done out here too. That's part of what we're here for, actually. Hence the survey part of that name that I'm not going to repeat because it was very long.
You sure you can't just get a data chip with that on it? Hand it out.
Yeah, get a business card.
I was trying to say that in a sci-fi sense, but yes. Name tags.
Name tag. Let's get named shirts on the back of our uniform.
Jerseys.
Ah,
Well, I do have some information in regarding this sector that could be of use to you. If you'd be willing to give me some free maintenance later down the line, in case I run into some more trouble out here.
I can't say that's a guaranteed thing, but I can talk to our commander about it, or put you in to talk with our commander about it. I could ask him
I'm-
now, actually.
Might have some information that could be useful to use chevrons.
Right, that means to Starfleet. Right.
You know the triangles on your shirts,
Isn't it? It's a Delta.
Delta.
Yeah.
That's what confused me. I was like, chevrons? And I was
Chev-
thinking,
Chevrons or Delta.
That's unlisted. Unlisted.
it'll be useful for your chevrons. I've got pips on my collar, don't I?
I forgot
I
to
know
put
I
fun
used
this
to-
morning.
It's like, I know I used to be a
I
Master
thought
Chief.
I thought chevron was another name for the Delta.
No.
I got it mixed up.
It immediately made me think of rank chevrons.
Yep.
I was trying to think of a derogatory name I could call you.
Fleeters. It's one way.
Fleeters.
My favorite one.
Yeah. Which, okay.
Okay, so instead of that, I call you Fleeter.
Meh.
Meh.
Remarkably unfazed. I've been headbutted for less. And then I made friends with her. No, I stabbed her, then I made friends with her.
Wink, wink. I don't.
It was an actual dagger. It was a Klingon. Legitimately stabbed her.
Again, wink, wink. Getting stabbed is Klingon foreplay.
No, that would be a forearm across the forehead.
Ha. Pun.
Not even. That's legitimately what they tried to do. They tried to clothesline me. It's just Klingons and Varder, apparently.
Oh. Anyways, if you can give me. Anyways, if we can and negotiate this deal, I might be able to get some information for you.
I mean, you can just comms to the Peltus.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, let me just Varder to Commander Pend.
Pend here.
Something else for you to put on the captain's plate when he's ready again. Captain Hagen here has the potential to offer us information if we can ship him in for some extra maintenance on the station.
What information?
I'll look at Hagen. He can.
I can forward you the location of a a trading post in the area.
Inside Federation space or outside Federation space?
Just outside of Federation space.
Actually, well, now that you've said it, I think we know exactly where it is.
Yeah, we know exactly where it is. I thank you for getting this information, but we already have a strong idea of where it is.
Do you know who to talk to on that station?
We do not, but unfortunately we're not on speaking terms with them at the moment.
Preemptive information couldn't hurt, Commander.
Agreed. So depending on how much information you transfer across, I don't see too much of an issue for you to receive some favourable treatment now and again.
That'd be the same kind of deal we offered them at Starbase, what was it, 21?
Yeah.
Very well. I can and give you the a little information I have on this. Is hoping that it might keep you fleeters out of trouble.
Well, any information you have, you can pass on to any of the officers around you, and they can hand it to myself or Captain Grennan at a later time.
Very well.
Penned out.
Hagen out.
Alright.
And I'm gonna pull out a pad and and transfer the location of the Quay trading post along with its names of contacts on there.
And well, I'm the intelligence officer, so I'm pretty sure that's my job exactly right there.
I mean, did it look up locations match up to where we
You
send
assume
that structure?
we could be wrong in our
Yeah.
guess, but
We could be wrong.
we could be. But circumstance kind of aligns. Let's see, is that in the same place? Beneath the carrier, I believe it was. Or at least that the carrier was in the same system. His Majesty's ship.
Oh, so the bad guys are British now. Good to fucking know.
Aren't they always?
All the best bad guys are British. Don't you know that?
That's why the Klingons sing opera.
Believe I got this right. Hold on. Make sure I got the name right.
Should we be afraid when they bring in a cruiser called the HMS Pinafore?
Ugh. So I'll like look over the information, then I'll just forward the what was it? It's basically they've got scheduled maintenances, and it's basically giving them a free tick on that.
Yeah,
Card.
instead of them using up their credits, it's like no, you get Starfleet help without any extra luxury credits. We're covering the cost.
I'll just forward that one to Grennan, I guess.
I mean, because
Here's
that's definitely something we can include for information. That's not a
Yeah.
huge trade.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you helped us out, and it's also, oh, look, we're willing to do this for you. If you hang around, we might do more.
I might be motivated to hang around a bit more. I could give you second pickings on the sector of space.
For extra momentum, you can get extra information. You can for each momentum spent, you can actually get extra information from the good captain here because he can piecemeal. He's able to negotiate certain level of information to you, but it's gonna take a little more momentum and a bit more consideration for him to bother telling you all the other information he has.
All right, how much do we want to put into that, fellas?
Well, it's 1-to-1, whatever. It's question to question, basically.
Oh, so we're actually asking questions?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know any questions to ask. I don't think. Anyone have anything?
I mean,
Not
questions.
exactly
No.
really.
Could we just spend momentum for like, say, a random fact each momentum?
Nah, I gotta have to direct because there's stuff that I think would be important, but there's stuff you guys have surprised me with in the past. I went, oh, I never thought of that. That would be this,
If we can look at that system map again, then.
Oh,
Sure.
I've got a question.
Let's pull you to that. It's Starfield 2. Yep.
Do we have their communications frequency?
For one momentum, you can.
Which does mean that this is this
And
top
and
right
the
star.
good hall polish. I'm gonna upsell this.
You're gonna polish my hull too, right? Yes. So what's the frequency?
So that's the Liliuri system then in the top right.
Yep.
We don't need to spend a question to find out what this one's called, do we?
No, you know what that is. It's the lift system.
Lith? Okay.
That's where they based the first time and tried to approach and went because everyone went, hey, we're gonna base here. Let's start approaching. No.
Having things named is useful.
Oh yeah.
So we spent one for their frequencies. Could we spend
sorry.
one on?
Hold on. That's my bad. I thought you could see these. There. Go ahead.
No, we couldn't.
Could we spend one more on their customs to open negotiations / communications? Like, we know their frequencies. Can we ask for their customs?
What I like to call, well, not I like to call, I take it from different sci-fi, but a message to spacer. Here are the things we expect you to do when you're approaching our space, sort of message. But yeah, from Momentum you can get the MSOP because this guy's been out here a little longer than you have.
Little.
Yes, your ship's little.
She has spirit.
Listen,
So,
our little
Only thing
ship
holding her together.
our little ship can beat up your little ship.
so yeah, that's frequency and cost, like how to talk to them. Is there anything else anyone else can come up with?
And we've got. So these are Chigo,
Chigos.
Chigo, but these ones are Quakeway.
Yes.
Correct.
Do we know anything about why the Quakeway are here? Aside from hunting the Andromeda.
For
Same.
Momentum.
Exactly.
I always wanted a shiny new repaint of the name. Seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
You want a literal anchor strapped to the ship.
My aft sensor array A has been in give me any trouble. If we can get that replaced.
It's like, oh my god, like it's such minor things. It's like we're adding so much work to the station's load.
Not really. The station doesn't have much to do right now.
That's true. So the question was, like, why are they here? The Quaqua are on their mission, according to what the captain's heard, is for they're surveying and establishing a trade post so they can continue to extend His Serene Majesty's influence across the stars.
So they're here in the same sort of capacity as the Chigo. You tell me the Chigo are here for a different reason with that sound?
Are you gonna make that a question?
I kind of feel like we have to now.
I mean, we unofficially know why they're here. It's for possible mining opportunities.
I mean, he might have heard something different, because that could just be the official story.
I mean, sure, we can spend the last one to confirm the Chigo story.
I'll probably be changing scene after this anyway.
Then yeah, screw it. Why not?
Yeah.
The Chigo are here to salvage and claim anything that isn't bolted down by the Federation of Planets. So all this space this way, as far as they're concerned, is Chigo in space. It isn't Federation.
So about that phaser array.
Oh, those little outpost things. Oh, those were abandoned. Where
They-
the Quaqua are doing like the standard. Oh, let's survey out, and they are like, oh, well, this is Federation space. Oh, we're not going to go that way. We'll establish a base over here.
Okay. So the Chigo
Where
are
the
being
Quaqua are like,
aggressive
we'll go
about it.
wherever we want. Screw you.
The Chigo are doing that, yeah.
Yeah, the Quaqua are actually respecting. Like they have ships in your area, but that's more of a. Is there any pirates hiding out here that we need to worry about?
It's scout groups of fighters, like.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is something to send back to command and be like, yo, they're taking apart our outposts out here
Well, we can
for
also
salvage.
give them the information that the Quakeway are at least respecting the boundaries and probably be one we can definitely try to open.
And if we get the Quakeway on side and the Chigo are not, that's at least something in their region.
And a possible trade partner right on our doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
It has been something I've been looking to get at.
As long as, we get the Andromeda to officially apologize for whatever they did to piss them off.
What, like?
Oh, that sounds like some other captain's problem, not mine.
Warping inside of a planet.
Is that what they did?
In atmosphere.
Oh.
That wasn't the thing they were mad at. Okay, they were kind of mad about that.
That's a bad thing to do.
It is. Okay. Ah, well, that is quite helpful, actually. Thank you, Captain.
And the good peanuts, not the
Yeah.
not the
good
unsalted.
Uh-huh. You sure you don't want to mix two different bowls?
Maybe we could get a mix.
So you don't know which one is unsalted and which one's salted.
It's a surprise each time. You can find out if it's a salty surprise or not.
God damn it.
I like surprises.
Okay, well, good luck then, Captain. Hopefully we'll see you around again.
Hopefully. And with that, I'll head off to my war canoe.
War canoe. Yeah, I feel like I need to make a Tiger Squadron intelligence document. And
Yeah,
it just
that'd
says
probably be
0 on it.
It's actually a pretty cool idea. I have one for my game.
This is just me running this as the intelligence officer.
But with that, this will be the end of the episode.